Tetema. 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 Oh mama. Oh mama. Oh mama. Oh mama. Whoa, mama tetema. 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 Washa. 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 Whoa, mama tetema. 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 Kisha kimempa.
Morning. Morning. Can you hear me? We're about to start in about 2 to 3 minutes. Let people get into the room and then we can start us off. Thank you.
1, 2. Check.
Morning, everyone. I hope you've had a good morning, had breakfast. Let's settle down kindly. So good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 2025 Africa Evidence Summit. My name is Jennifer Nyakinya, and I'm the Director of Programs at the Network of Impact Evaluation Researchers in Africa, and I'm delighted to be your host today. Before we begin our program, let me go through a few housekeeping items. The restrooms are located at the end of each hallway on every floor. The Wi-Fi network is a core, and the password is your email address. All attendees should have 2 sticker name tags. Please make sure you carefully store the second one to bring it tomorrow. Please keep your mobile phones on silent mode during sessions, obviously. Coffee breaks and lunch will be served in the Victoria lobby. You'll be shown where it is. And there's a special luncheon on the 3rd floor put on by the University of Chicago. This is by invite only. This year, we're excited to announce a new complimentary service for all attendees. Starting today at lunchtime and continuing through tomorrow, a photographer will be available at the end of the hall to take your portrait. This can be used as a headshot for your website, for your social media pages, and you can also learn how to create a hands-on social media presence tomorrow at a workshop in the morning. We have a full program today, so we'll be keeping time, very strict to time, and we appreciate your cooperation when you're returning from breaks. If you need any assistance, our volunteers are wearing orange badges. So I'd now like to invite our opening speakers to the stage for our welcome and opening remarks. Please join me in welcoming Carson Cristiano. She's the Executive Director of the Center for Effective Global Action, she, her, and Professor Amos Njuguna, who's the Chair of the Network of Impact Evaluation Researchers in Africa, he, him, for opening remarks. Round of applause, please.
Good morning. Just a wave, if you can see me. Good. Great. It's a good day. We are here today. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, colleagues, and partners in evidence. Welcome to the 13th Africa Evidence Summit. You wouldn't believe that this is the 13th time we are doing this. So it's teenage, 13 is teenage, so if you see us behaving in a certain way, just know it's that time. So on behalf of the partners who have collaborated to make this event happen, it's my honor and pleasure to welcome you to this gathering. Our colleagues from the Center for Effective Global Action, CIGA, who also nurtured the early seeds of what is now nearer, your partnership continues to anchor our work. The leadership from the African Population Health and Research Center, APHRC, Busara Center for Behavioral Economics, and all organizations represented here today. Our fellow researchers from institutions across Africa and the global north, your collaboration sustains the intellectual rigor of this movement. To each one of you, welcome and thank you very much for being here. As we start this important event, let us be reminded that when the roots are deep, there is no reason to fear the weed. With strong evidence, we build institutions, resilient economies, and inclusive societies that can withstand even the strongest storms. And where better to affirm this truth than here in Nairobi, a city that stands at the intersection of tradition and innovation, where our traditional herders trade livestock on mobile apps built blocks just away from the fintech entrepreneurs. You'll hear lions roar a few miles from the airport and giraffes stretch their necks into conference room windows, but most importantly, where communities, researchers, and policymakers are increasingly engaged in the same evidence-informed conversations. There is no better place to be at this time than in Nairobi. When I look around, and I also had a chat with some of the colleagues this morning, I see a community that has decided to commit a future where policy decisions are rooted in evidence rather than guesswork. As the African proverb goes, knowledge is like a baobab tree, and no one individual can embrace it. Indeed, the work of generating and using evidence is not the task of one person, is not the task of one sector or even one continent. It requires a collective effort, mutual respect, and shared accountability from all of us. And this philosophy is demonstrated in this Africa Evidence Summit. From the presentations that you see, the posters that will be there, and the many sessions that we will be having in today. As a testament to this respect, shared accountability, and collective effort, the organization I represent, that is the Network of Impact Evaluation Researchers in Africa, is a community of researchers who have had the incredible opportunity to go through a transformative fellowship at the University of California in Berkeley, thanks to the unwavering support of SIGA and the Hewlett Foundation. What started as a small group of passionate scholars has grown into a powerful network. Today, many of these researchers, collaborating with colleagues from the Global North, are proudly standing as the voice of Africa in the global evidence arena. They are helping to shape policies, influence change, and make difference in their countries. And a lot of these discussions will be happening in this Africa Evidence Summit. But we are not here only to reflect. We also want to provoke action. As we sit for the next 2 to 3 days, let us ask ourselves the hard questions. Are we building a culture where evidence is demanded and applied, not just produced? Are we investing enough in local researchers and institutions to carry this work forward? And are we moving beyond reports and conferences to real measurable impact? These questions are core and critical for the purpose of learning and to help us translate what we do in this Africa Evidence Summit and turn it into real action that transforms communities for whom we work. As I conclude, I would like to gently remind all of us to remain calm and focused throughout the summit. While there are planned demonstrations in parts of the city, we encourage everyone to exercise awareness and caution, follow the guidance provided by the conference organizers, and prioritize your safety at all times. Let us stay grounded in the spirit of dialogue, learning, and collaboration that has brought us together. After all, he who teaches learns. So ensure that you teach someone something, be it during break, be it in a presentation you make, or whatever you share. Teach someone and you will learn. We are here to navigate together with wisdom and purpose. Thank you, and let the conversations begin as I usher in my colleague Carson to give her opening remarks.
Thank you so much, Amos. Wow, good morning. Karibuni sana. Welcome to the 13th Africa Evidence Summit. It's really an honor to welcome you here. I love seeing so many familiar faces, and I'm excited to meet lots of new people today. And a special welcome to those who traveled from outside of Nairobi or outside of the country to be here. So I'm Carson Cristiano. I'm Executive Director of CIGA, which is the Center for Effective Global Action. We're based at the University of California in Berkeley. It's a true pleasure to be here with you today. I'm energized to see so many African scholars at the forefront of research that's shaping policy, just as demand for evidence continues to grow. The summit holds a very special place for all of us. Every year it brings together a very diverse community that spans disciplines, sectors, and even continents to explore how high-quality research in Africa can really shape policy and drive meaningful change across the continent and beyond. The summit is really a reflection of CIGA's values and our mission. Over the next few days, you're going to witness the heart of our work, from equipping researchers with rigorous research methods through our Global Networks Fellowship programs that Amos mentioned, to generating new evidence and building powerful research partnerships. And your presence here signals something that's a lot bigger, and that is a growing movement committed to advancing evidence-informed policymaking in Africa. The summit has grown a lot every year. It actually started with, I think, 30 people in a conference room in Kampala. And every year we've welcomed more voices and fostered deeper connections. This year in particular, we're really thrilled that the summit is going to kick off a whole week of exciting evidence events, including the Economic Science Association Conference that's hosted by our friends at Busara. That'll be during the later half of the week. And at a moment when the global development landscape is shifting, we marked most recently by the closure of the United States Agency for International Development and shrinking foreign aid budgets in Europe and around the world, our work feels more urgent than ever. So with limited resources, funders are really turning and policymakers are turning to credible evidence to guide smarter and more impactful investments. And I think everyone here can be a part of that. Since the very first summit 13 years ago, our audience impact and our ambitions have grown, but we've always stayed true to our three main goals for the event: elevating the voices of African scholars in research and policy debates, disseminating exciting new research findings. I hope you learn a lot from all of our amazing speakers today and tomorrow, and inspiring new research collaborations. And that's why we have so many. We have our poster session, we have the lunches, and all of the opportunities to meet new people. So I'm really here to ask for your active engagement during the event. If you're a researcher, we encourage you to really think beyond your own research and the study that you're working on now, and consider how evidence shared here can spark new questions that you might want to help answer, deepen collaborations, or reach audiences maybe outside of your discipline. If you're a funder, we invite you to look for bold, evidence-driven opportunities to invest in what works, and to support the infrastructure and the talent that's needed to sustain this. And if you're a policymaker or a practitioner, your insights and your questions are essential to pushing forward programs that are grounded in evidence. Please connect with researchers who understand your context and challenge them with real-world problems that you're facing that keep you up at night. These conversations might lead to research that's not just rigorous, but also deeply relevant. So together, we have a chance to build a more connected and evidence-informed ecosystem, one that rises to meet the complexity of the challenges that we're facing in the world right now and will face in the future. So over the next few days, you're going to hear from several members of the CIGA faculty network, as well as alumni of CIGA's Global Networks Fellowship programs. And I want to give a special shout out to our fellows, who are also members of NIERA. If you are a fellow, a graduate of the CIGA Fellowship Program, can you please raise your hand or stand up and identify yourselves? Great. It's so good to see everybody. These researchers have undergone rigorous training and mentorship in evidence generation, and they are eager to collaborate with policymakers and practitioners. So we're thrilled to co-host this event with NIERA. and deeply value that partnership. I also wanted to extend our sincere thanks to the fiscal sponsors who make this event possible. Of course, the William and Flora Hewlett Foundation, the African Population and Health Research Center, APHRC, the International Development Research Center, University of Chicago's Becker Friedman Institute, the Economic and Social Research Foundation, the Moazo Institute, and the Penn Development Research Initiative. That list has grown a lot over the years. We're grateful. Your support not only enables us to gather like this in person, but also it fuels the research and the connections and the capacity building efforts that extend far beyond this conference. So we're deeply grateful for your partnership. I also wanted to express appreciation again for our partners at Busara, the Global Poverty Research Lab at Northwestern, JPAL Africa, and to IPA for their continued partnership and in-kind support. And with that, we kick off the summit with our keynote panel, Responding to a New Landscape in Foreign Aid. So I'll invite Amos back to the stage to moderate this panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Carson. And what a good time to jump into our first conversation. I'll just give a brief background and then invite my panelists to stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the global development funding is undergoing profound shifts with multiple concurrent global crises. We've just come out of the COVID pandemic. Climate change is real. Geopolitical conflicts. We also have economic downturns. And therefore, the funding for programming at government and organizational levels is reducing. For NGOs, this shift has translated into reduced support, shorter funding cycles, and increased demand for cost efficiency. As this new funding terrain takes shape, practitioners must adapt delivery models, funders must revisit their instruments, and evidence must inform what works under constraint and uncertainty. Today, we ask ourselves some questions, key of which are, will we see a discontinuity in development outcomes and translation of research in action? What are the downstream consequences? What are the downstream consequences for this reduced funding? And most importantly, how can we adapt to the changing landscape? So to answer this question, or to answer these questions, I have a distinguished panel of experts who I will call forward. Our first panelist is Dean Callan, Professor of Economics and Finance, Northwestern University, and Co-Director, Global Poverty Research Lab. Let's give him an applause. Welcome, Dean. Our second presenter is Catherine Choputungi, the Executive Director, African Population and Health Research Center, APHRC. Welcome. We also have Emily of T. Dar, who is Senior Advisor of the Norwegian Agency for Development Cooperation, NORAD. I will be moderating this panel, and my name is Amos Jogona. I will start by posing one question to our panelists and asking them to quickly introduce themselves as they answer the question. And the question I have is, how is this evolving funding and policy landscape reshaping the way you think about and approach your work? Let's begin. Last come, first answer. Emily.
Okay. Is this on? Yeah. Okay, so I work, as you said, for the Norwegian Agency for Development Cooperation in our Department for Knowledge and Innovation. So how has this ongoing shifts affected NORAD? I think first it's important to note that Norway has actually upheld a high level of aid with more than 1% of GNI still being provided as ODA in 2024. And the same is also actually budgeted for this year. But still there are in Norway as well political parties that have reduction in aid budgets as part of their programs. So that's also something that's potentially on the table in Norway. And even if Norway's aid budgets don't shrink, we still, of course, have to adapt how we work and what we fund to the new realities of dramatically less international ODA as needs are increasing, actually. And on top of the cuts that we see in development spending, there has also been significant shifts in what is prioritized within that funding, which is available. A shift in priorities and focus away from the poorest countries and poverty reduction. For Norway's part, for instance, last year we had Europe as the largest recipient region of Norwegian ODA for the first time ever, with Ukraine, of course, being the main bilateral recipient now of Norwegian ODA. So the proportion of ODA going to low-income countries is decreasing also within the Norwegian aid budgets. So tremendous pressure on the resources. We think along two main lines on how to deal with this new situation. And one is about getting as much as possible from what we still have, what's the resources that are out there. That's not really something new. I think even in times of abundance, it's super important to really think about how you can get as much as possible out of the resources. Not to waste large budgets, really, but so to think very carefully about how we spend the money that we do have. That's one avenue. And the other one is about how can we mobilize more capital and how can we use the funding that we do have as leverage in various ways. And I can get more back into both of those approaches as we continue our conversation.
3.
Thanks, Amos, and good morning, everyone. I lead the African Population and Health Research Center. We are a research and policy organization. And I think in response to the question about how it has shaped how we think, but also how it has reshaped our work, I would say that the the geopolitical shifts have come at a time when, as an institution, we had actually a new strategy that was trying to be a little bit more outward facing in as far as how to strengthen the research and public ecosystem on the continent. So of course, this is a huge disruption, but we sat down and said, let's try to find opportunity in this current situation. So our current focus really is on the opportunities that exist in this environment. So of course, we need to survive, but we are focused on the medium to long term, because whatever shifts have happened, as you've heard from Emily, they are actually shifts which are part of a trend, and this trend is likely to continue. So we are looking at the next 3 years, the next 5 years. But of course, to be able to shape what happens in 3 years, we need to be alive today. So we are focused on survival, 2025. But as we survive, we're also trying to see how to shape the ecosystem going forward. And there are two things which are sort of shaping our strategy. And there are themes which have emerged from the conversations around these current shifts. And one is, how do you do more with less? Or how do you do the same with less? And the other one is, how do you build back better? So the system has been disrupted, and our focus is, how do we shape the conversations and actions so that we build back better with doing more with less at the back of everybody's mind. Yeah, I'll stop there.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Great. I'm a professor of economics and have been doing work for a couple decades now on impact evaluations and operational research for how to do more with less, in a sense. I used to be, formerly I was chief economist at USAID, so I can speak a little bit to that. I have three very quick thoughts. One is, first of all, even when aid was big, it's small relative to local government and local resources. And ultimately, the biggest leverage that we can have is through building partnerships that are, like, think of them as evidence partnerships, to help local government budgets be spent as best as possible. That is, when it's possible, which is not always the case, I realize that is the biggest path towards leverage of whatever our limited resources are from bilateral foundations, etc. That's first thought. And so that's really about partnerships, and that's part of what's exciting about this gathering and seeing everybody here and so many people dedicated to this kind of work. The second thought is, one thing that I would hear a lot is, and I heard this ironically within USAID, when the modal expectation from people was that there was going to be about a 30% budget cut. That was like the modal expectation. It was like not an annihilation, but just a 30% budget cut. Where's it going to come from? Some groups, things like this. And people would always turn and say, "Oh, so that's great. Cost effectiveness, you got to get that into the talking points. When times are tough, it's all the more important to be cost effective." And I always struggled with that. I wanted to say that. Because it fed to the narrative of what I wanted to push for, which was more cost effective work. So at some level, I kind of bit my tongue and would say it. But in the back of my mind, I was always thinking to myself, well, that's just wrong. When times are flush, it doesn't matter? No. When times are flush, we still need to be as cost effective as we can. We never have the swings from when we're starved to flush with money are not so big as to make it so we can shift from having to care about whether things work to not caring whether things work. So whether times are flush or not, the whole point of all of the work that I know many, many, many people here are doing is about building evidence so that we can do more with whatever we have, whether times are tough or not. And it's just as important in all times. So that's the second. And the third point I want to bring back is to reference back to in the earlier, which is it's far more than any one study, any one researcher, any one piece of evidence, any one piece of any one sector, any one country, that what we are learning in the movement, the evidence movement, is about the collection of all of us. And that's what's so exciting about gatherings like this, is not any one paper and any one thing, but it's about the collection of it all And that's how we're moving the needle. When we start seeing what are the consistent patterns and what are the inconsistent patterns, how do we learn from each other? So thank you, everybody.
And I begin from there again. I've heard from Catherine that it's about doing more with less, and Dean seems to agree with that. And so I'll throw the question to Dean: how can cost effectiveness and impact evaluations inform program prioritization, especially during this time of budget cuts?
So I think I'm going to expand on two things to answer your question. Thank you. One is when the budgets are large enough to actually be running programs, which is not always the case. There's kind of, in a sense, two worlds, certainly within the bilateral space. With USAID, there was enough money that they were actually running programs sometimes, particularly in places where the government was weak, or humanitarian, or refugees, and things of this nature. There, I think the consistent lesson that we were making some inroads in within USAID was simplification. That you can do more by simplifying and focusing, figuring out some core thing that works and doing that as best as possible. And that was what we were trying to change within USAID. And at the point that I left, we had shifted $1.7 billion into more effective programming by using evidence from around the world, evidence that I'm sure many of you have been involved in collecting and disseminating and analyzing, and we're aggregating that evidence and using it. And almost every single time the lesson was simplify. Simplify what we're doing. Figure out core programs and deliver them at scale. So that's one answer. And the second is to recognize that it's not, like if we think it only in terms of big impact evaluations, whether it's randomized or not, but we think about these like large scale, we're going to run this test, we're going to find out the 1-year results, and then we're going to go back in 3 years and 5 years. And we learn a lot from that. But we actually lack a lot of knowledge that we need to know more about the operations of how to run programs better. Things that you learn from doing more iterative testing still could be randomized trials, but on more rapid fire results, more process changes, and seeing that integrated in with longer term impact evaluations, I think is absolutely critical, particularly when we want to think about working with government to figure out how to help them run better programs. We need to get really into the weeds, into the details of how programs are actually implemented, and using that kind of evidence mindset and that rigor of attention to causality, and think about that for operations questions about minutia. Things like, does this message work to change immediate behavior or not? Should these meetings be held here or there, in morning or afternoon? Very logistical questions like that can make a big difference in building a culture within implementing entities, whether it's government or large-scale nonprofits, is the kind of partnership that we need to see more of.
And that conversation is really exciting because it's getting us to start asking ourselves, how do we work with less? And when this starts to happen and budgets are constrained, we start having problems of research integrity and policy relevance. So I'll throw this to Catherine. What strategies has APHRC adopted to maintain research integrity and policy relevance despite constrained or restricted funding?
I think that has been a long-standing issue that is perhaps going to get worse in the current environment. And we've always maintained that change happens when there are people, partners, or who have allied around the common goal. And that's the big question for research and policy organizations, but also for research organizations or policy organizations. So it's the question of how do you form long-standing partnerships and relationships between the people who generate evidence and the people who need to use it. And it looks straightforward, but it's not, because we don't have funding mechanisms that allow those relationships to be nurtured and maintained. If you're funded through a grant, many times you start engaging when the grant has come through, and then when the grant is not there and you don't have unrestricted funding, it's hard to continue the engagement with people who want evidence. So we've tried to work through that by prioritizing. We do a lot of things, but we've picked a few issues, and for those we've tried to say, with or without funding, can we form relationships that endure beyond projects or beyond programs, and then see how to leverage those relationships now to form new programs so that by the time evidence is coming out of a project, there's already a ready audience. Very, very difficult to do. We have about maybe 18 areas of work, and we can only do that in about 3, where you identify issues, you form relationships, you form partnerships, and use the unrestricted funding that we have, that is not a lot, and trying to invest in forming relationships with decision makers. And these include government, they include civil society, they include civil society at different levels, grassroots, national, international, multilaterals, and all that. And so going forward, I think that's the question, that we need models that work, models that create relationships and sustain them outside the constraints of restricted funding. And again, going back to maybe the question that you asked, Dean, our focus is not so much that there's a great scientist, a SIGA fellow at Makerere University, for instance. Our focus is, how do you connect that scientist with a decision maker in a way that is consistent and sustainable, and that even as they have this expertise and knowledge, that they are constantly connected, and that there's a framework that allows their evidence to be fed into some kind of decision-making process. So what I would say is we need frameworks that create relationships, that sustain them, but also frameworks where evidence is logically needed and used and fed into decision-making.
That's powerful, that the issue of matching the demand of evidence users versus those who are producing this evidence through sustainable partnerships and a framework that is sustainable. And that then quickly takes me to Emily. What promising partnerships or financing mechanisms are helping to bridge the gap between funding cuts and implementation needs that Catherine has so articulately talked about?
Yeah, thank you. Well, then I want to bring it back to something that I think all of us has briefly touched upon, and that's the idea that development assistance can only ever be a secondary funder, and it's the real big money and the real influence is really in national government spending and how that is happening. So I think for all of us really to think about how can, for NORAD's part, it's about how can aid be used to build strong institutions and to strengthen kind of both the demand side and the ability to use evidence within and data within national systems. For us, it's important to, as much as possible, think long-term in the funding that we provide, and to ensure that this institutional strengthening is also a part to avoid kind of what we have seen, I think, too much of in the aid sector over time. Very narrow, short-term, specific grant funding, as you mentioned, makes it hard to kind of sustain long-term partnerships and think long-term. So to try to, within NORAD at least, we try to use core funding and increase the flexibility that our partners have in terms of deciding. They are closer to what the needs are, the local realities. But then what's important for us is to also make sure that we work with partners who are good at using evidence and thinking about cost effectiveness and taking that into to their own decision-making in a way if we are to provide core funding and allow a lot of flexibility for partners in how they use the funding, then that's really an important issue. How do those partners actually make decisions on what to do? So that's at least one avenue. And then I think there are others, since you asked about these financing mechanisms that can help bridge the gap. So one, of course, is what I said about thinking about how small amounts of aid can kind of leverage the big national spending. I don't mean leverage in the sense to direct it, but rather to ensure that government programs are a little bit more efficient or effective, as Dean mentioned. But so other options are, of course, to look at how aid can help catalyze or mobilize private investments. NORAD has several instruments in terms of state guarantee schemes, for instance, that we have in renewable energy and in the agricultural sector. We have a sister agency called Norfund, which also provides first loss capital, and those types of instruments that can reduce risk for private sectors and to mobilize private sector investments. So that's one avenue. I think it's also going to be increasingly important to look at how aid can mobilize other streams, really, of capital.
Thank you. I hear institutional strengthening with a view of ensuring that the immediate short-term and long-term goals are effectively aligned, and some kind of innovative ideas around how you use the little available funding. And so, Dean, what fiscal and institutional innovations can help safeguard essential services and invest in long-term resilience of these institutions?
So I have one optimistic and one pessimistic thought for you on that. One is to just follow up with exactly what we've been talking about, all three of us here, is basically forming stronger partnerships on the evidence that are partnerships between researchers and implementers and donors, but that are really dug in and effectively embedded with the implementers who do have the large budgets, and institutionalizing the thinking behind using evidence to optimize what they're doing. And we've seen lots of examples of this happening and working well with different ministries of education and some nonprofits too that operate at large enough scale. So that's the optimistic, in the sense that we've seen examples of this kind of collaboration happening, working, and leading to considerable impact to millions of people. The pessimistic one that I can't help but think about when you ask that question comes from what we saw happen with USAID. I would like to be able to stand up here or sit up here and say to everybody that with evidence we can protect aid. We can show that things are working, and that'll help protect aid. But the reality is, what's happening globally to aid has nothing to do with its effectiveness. Like, that had nothing to do with the shutting down of USAID. At no point did they look at what the effectiveness was to make decisions about what to keep and what to cut. That had nothing to do with it, even though that was some of the rhetoric. There was nothing under the hood that happened to look at actual effectiveness. The pressures that Amelia was just talking about with NORAD, that's not coming about effectiveness. That's about geopolitical pressures on Ukraine. And so these are the kinds of forces that are causing cuts, not evidence. So I'd love an answer that would be inspiring to all of us, but it would be, I think, not about what's happening today. Now, does that mean that it might not happen in the future, that there are situations where there are difficult cuts? It might not be about a global cutback, but there are times when having strong evidence protects? Absolutely. That definitely, we see that happen time and time again in different contexts, where there is a program that has strong evidence, and with that strong evidence, it has political survival. But globally, we can't credit or discredit the lack of evidence for what's happened.
Powerful point there with regard to the effectiveness and use of data to inform what is working and what then can be scaled. And so, Catherine, in light of this increasing donor preference for short-term outcome-focused funding, how can institutions, research institutions like APHRC continue to invest in long-term systems-oriented research that addresses structural inequalities in health and education, just like Dean has mentioned?
That's a tough one. Yes, I think APHRC sits in a unique position, and that's the fact that part of our work is to do, let's say, projects, programs that generate evidence and work with decision makers on a project or program basis. But we have another outward-facing mandate, which is more about how do we engineer the ecosystem, leveraging our own expertise, our own experience, our own learning about institutions and systems and things like that. So I think it's possible to answer your question from the second part of what we do, but not necessarily from the first part. And the second part of what we do, that's why we are, as again, our strategy for responding to the current realities is to see how do we build a strong ecosystem? How do we develop those frameworks I talked about? How do we develop those frameworks, and then the frameworks are not just known to us, but they are known to all the players in the ecosystem. So for instance, a funder understands that if you want to see change around a specific issue, that change is not going to happen as a result of a 3-year grant, that sometimes change is going to happen 2 years down the line, and if the researcher whom you funded is not engaged with the decision makers, they're going to miss that opportunity. Sometimes change will come even before the research is over because there's a huge policy window. And so that funders think about mechanisms that make it possible to continue this engagement and relationship nurturing and forming with different players. So I think that's one thing. Then the second thing, of course, is to ask ourselves, where does evidence sit in the broader ecosystem? And who is likely to take action? And are those people perhaps are we at the same wavelength when it comes to the value of evidence? I think Dean just made an important point, and I was asking myself, what is evidence? I'm sure there's evidence, it's just not the evidence that we have, but there's evidence which was used to make all these decisions. It's just that it's in a different sort of level. I don't know what to call it, but they are like different layers, and there's in an ecosystem, we exist in a context, there's politics, there's economics, there's finance, there's a lot of things that are not necessarily within the circles of evidence as we know it. And once we recognize those, then I think, and we situate ourselves there, then I think it's much easier to think about what role we can play. I come from a medical background, and when you're in medicine or health, public health, you think that health is the most important thing for a politician. Like, why can't they see this? Like, it's so important. No, there's an election to be run, and they need to win it. And you're saying health. So, like, how do we recognize those other systems that are at play, and in some instances, perhaps are dominant when it comes to decision making? So, in the long term, really, is to see, as APHRC, how do we engineer investments in institutions that are on the ground, proximal to problems, that have a mandate, especially public universities, that have a mandate where the government sees these are the people. If I have a question, I'll go to University of Nairobi. How do you make sure that University of Nairobi is prepared to answer the politician's question, whatever question it is, and not the question University of Nairobi thinks is important? So we invest in institutions, we create mechanisms, we create relationships, and we give them resources that they're able to respond anytime to politicians and decision makers' needs. I think for me, that's where I see us being able to address some of these challenges. Because if you're connecting with the politician, you'll know that an election is very important, and you don't start telling them how they need to fix nutrition. You help them with the election, then now say, okay, now we finished the election, can you talk about nutrition? But not insist on nutrition when there's mandamano and they need to deal with it. So I think that's the thing about making sure that local institutions that are proximal and have a mandate are able to respond to the needs of policymakers on a constant basis.
I hear issues around connecting with the ecosystem, connecting with the decision makers, timing and ensuring that you are offering a solution, and the fact that once you build the ecosystem, then the organization on its own will rise. But that also has touched on a very important perspective that both Dean and Catherine has talked about, and this touches on government funding. Both of them have talked about government funding. And so I'll ask a question to Emily, and the question is around how can governments, especially in the low and middle income countries, better align their national budgets with evolving development priorities and reduced donor flows?
Yeah, so not an easy question to answer. We've had some of the elements here already, I think, in terms of working with researchers, looking at the systems for how decisions are being made. In a way, it's kind of a boring, bureaucratic answer, but I think the relationships are super important, that Catherine talked about, but actually also the routines that are in place and the frameworks for decision making and how how decisions are made, what kind of evidence, what kind of questions goes into that process, and how those routines are set up. I think also there is a huge potential for using the evidence that is out there about cost-effective programs, cost-effective interventions, and to look at, to some extent, many of these have been financed by donors, by international aid agencies, by NGOs, and to some extent also disrupting kind of, for instance, a national health system where national government funding goes to some parts of health services, whereas international donor agencies have funded other parts. The kind of implication when the donor funding falls away is perhaps that there is a potential for national governments to focus on the most cost-effective interventions, and for donors to fund what's cost-effective at the margin, and to think about how at least there shouldn't be a direct link from proven cost-effective intervention to international donor or NGO comes in and funds that specific program or that specific part. Rather, that should go into the national government health system. And then there's still a huge question about how can we set up a system, an ecosystem, as you called it, to enable those processes and those shifts to happen in a good way. I don't know that, but maybe Dean can enlighten us.
It has come out very clearly with that regard. But before we pick just a few questions from the audience, I don't want to forget the students in the room. Very important. They are looking at this overall funding landscape and asking themselves, why did I even start? Why did I get to development field? And so I want to put the question to the three panelists, the same question to everyone. What should the students in the development field, many of whom are in this room, what should they be thinking about or doing right now in view of all this confusion? Anyone can go first.
I can try to go first. So I think, well, first of all, I think that there are large needs and large opportunities to influence international development at the moment. There's so much changing, and the need for evidence and for research is perhaps greater than ever. So the needs are definitely there. The sector needs you and needs fresh minds, really. Recognizing that I say that from kind of a position of privilege, having a safe job, and asking you to take the risks to help fix the sector. But I think there is a huge need, and I think also it's important to have in mind what we have touched upon several times now, that development is not mainly about aid. It is mainly about national government spending. So to go work, thinking about how can governments in the country where I'm from or where I work, can you work within ministries, for instance, on improving an agricultural subsidy program and shifting that funding towards something more effective? That is largely, vastly more impactful than any kind of aid-funded NGO project would ever be. So to think more broadly about development rather than aid is at least one approach.
Catherine, you want to go next? You are students around here.
I have a lot to say about this one. Give me 10 minutes. I think in the recent past, I've been using a phrase which says that the best way to predict the future is to create it. So if you're sitting here and you feel like, I want to see like some big change, it's that if the future you see, it's you to create it. There's no other person who's going to create the future that you're seeing. So if you want a future where a road is healthy, where evidence plays a role, where, I don't know, governments make the right decisions, where they prioritize, if that's the future that you see, then the best way to make sure that future happens is you create that future. I think that's what I'll start with. The second is, I think as I've said, is that sometimes a crisis can be an opportunity. And I think there are huge opportunities in this current crisis. There are opportunities to redesign new systems for health delivery. I'll give an example. I come from Uganda. I don't live there, but I come from there, and I try to keep tab of what's going on. And when the first announcements were made about stop work orders, the government released a memo which said that they've banned standalone HIV clinics, that from now on, HIV care is going to be integrated into the mainstream healthcare system. Of course, there were huge question marks about how practical that is. And then the stop work orders were lifted, so the funding came back, so we are still there. The standalone clinics are there, but there's a stated memo from 2022 or 2023 that there should be no standalone HIV clinics. That's a huge opportunity. How do you provide evidence that shows that you can actually mainstream HIV care into the broader healthcare system? So there are many opportunities like that. And some of the opportunities are to do with specific actions that are related to a disease, but there are systemic issues as well. How do you set up a system that on a regular basis, the government can review its priorities and say, yeah, this is what we want to do, and then make sure that those priorities actually are the ones which get funded, that they come into the budget. So I see huge opportunities around new systems for healthcare, data systems. I'm sure you're aware about the DHS and DHIS and all that stuff. There are new opportunities for new things. And so, and also the place of evidence. I think evidence, I don't think the need for evidence has ever been greater than it is right now, because we're sort of comfortable in the status quo that existed. Now there's a completely new status quo, and we need to create a new status quo and a new context. And so evidence has never been more important. And that's the question of, as upcoming scientists and researchers, how do we create the future that we think we desire? So chin up. There are huge opportunities, and I think perhaps it's a great time to be an evidence scientist. It's not the first time, it's the best.
I want to just quote Catherine. I think you said it perfectly. Best way to predict the future is to create it. I don't want to stop right there.
Okay, thank you. So, and just a quick, for the students in the room, because this is very important, we've heard from the incredible panelists. It's you to create the future. There are numerous opportunities. Get to problem solving. Whose problem are you solving? And as Catherine has said, use the crisis as an opportunity for innovation. So good. It's good time to go to the audience and take a few questions for the panelists. Do we start from this side and then come to the center and then to this side? One. I can see someone here, then I can see her there.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Isaac Barasa from Strathmore University. And my question goes, with AI and other emerging technologies gaining traction, how might they enhance or complicate the work of evidence generation in and use in Africa? Could go to any member of the panel.
There's someone there and then here, yeah.
Hi, my name is Ravina Patni. I'm from Laterite. I think my question is more to go in depth with some of the points that have been raised, where we talked about rigor from, say, impact evaluations and what has been used as a standard by a lot of funders. But given the current situation where, like Dean spoke about, other ways of evaluating programs, so for example, through process evaluations or cost effectiveness studies. So I think my question would be to understand, like, how do you balance the fact that funders have reduced the money that goes into implementation, which also means that there's reduced funding for evaluations. Impact evaluations are expensive by nature. So what kinds of innovations do you see happening more of, and how do you convince funders that if not impact evaluation, we could look at process evaluations or cost effectiveness evaluations as another approach?
Thank you. There's someone there whose hand has been up. Actually, she was the first one, so you can give it to her first.
Thanks. Anita Shankar, I'm with Johns Hopkins University. I wanted to come back to one of the points that Dean had mentioned about being able to focus on the operationalization of programs at the implementation stage. And so I think Catherine also talked about this, about, kind of what is evidence and what's the evidence that we need to actually make the impacts that we're hoping to make. So if we have a randomized controlled trial, we have a level of evidence, but actually the breakdown in what actually creates the impacts is the lack of appropriate and effective implementation. So how do we get researchers more excited about implementation science and have organizations on the ground know how to what is evidence and how can we make our ongoing programs more effective to create the outcomes we're looking at?
Okay, thank you. So let's just take the final one and then answer those.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Francis Gare. I'm from African Alliance for Health Research and Economic Development. Mine, I have a concern. Like us, we are now around 10 years now. I've been in the NGO world. We have been writing proposals for so many years. And we found that you have never, let me say that we have written up more than 20 proposals all over the globe, and we have never seen any funding coming on our ways. We wonder, can we stop this narrative of writing this proposal? Because sometimes it seems we are wasting our time, like a small organization. I have a network of almost 13 organizations in Kenya here, whereby if you said 3/4 of these organizations, they are languishing in poverty. And they have the organization. You wonder, what do we do with this organization? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's first answer those and then we can come to this other side. Thank you. So that I can see the plates for the panelists are full. We have the first question around AI and evidence generation and where it falls in the whole of this conversation. I don't know who wants to pick on that.
So the question about AI, I'll tell you our own experience. We actually have AI as a risk to our model, but we also have it as an opportunity. Because when you think about it, our model is go out there, do research, and then come after 2 years, 3 years, and you have results. The same research that you're doing maybe is narrowly focused on one part of Kenya, and the policymaker can go and do ChatGPT, put in a prompt, and then get a lot of information about exactly the same thing you've spent 3 years doing. So if you're not careful, we might actually become irrelevant because there are other sources of information. And that's the question. So instead of ignoring AI and AI this and AI that, really evidence institutions and scientists need to see how to harness the power of AI. And I'm more leaning towards the opportunities that AI presents as the risks, and to see how to use all these tools perhaps to generate evidence faster. Because if we don't generate evidence fast enough, the decision makers are going to get it anyway. Not just the decision makers, the public. And they'll get evidence that shapes narratives so that your evidence is seen as maybe the outlier of what is common knowledge, which is all AI generated. So there are risks. And if we don't adapt, my concern is that we will become irrelevant if we keep the same models of evidence generation. So the opportunities around data collection, new data sets, new analysis, faster ways of processing things, so that we keep up. I think that's what I would say about that.
Thank you. Maybe Dean, the other question was around rigor and the process of evaluation and cost effectiveness.
Sure. So 2 thoughts, and actually it combines both the AI and the things other than impact evaluations. First of all, one thing to be clear is, when I said, we need to focus some on operations research and things of this nature, I'm not suggesting that we lower our rigor standards. Our demand for understanding the causal relationship between things, whether it's short-run administrative data, operational, or long-run impact, should be no different. We should still want to know, did A cause B or not? But there are some sources that are short-run data, administrative data, and some of it is actually also from AI systems or AI analysis of things like satellite imagery, things like this that might capture longer run. So these are all cheaper and can help kind of find paths forward on smaller budgets to still make important inroads in how programs are run. But I wouldn't suggest we lower our standards. We just need to understand the question we're asking. Sometimes we're just asking a predictive question about who's poor, who's not, how to target. That's not a causal question. Sometimes we're asking a causal question. If we're asking a causal question, we need to pay attention to the counterfactual. Cost-effective evaluations require impact evaluations. That is not a separate thing. That is literally an expansion of an impact evaluation. A cost-effectiveness analysis requires an impact evaluation with cost data that you compare across interventions. Those are the 3 things. So you don't do cost-effective analysis in lieu of impact evaluations. You do it as well as. You literally cannot do it without it if you can't do it seriously. So I see AI as a path to helping lower the cost for some data analysis. It's an important intervention itself for interacting with people and interacting with chatbots and things of this nature that can help improve operations and improve interaction with people we're trying to work with. And it is also a deep, deep risk, as Catherine was saying, that scares the bejugas out of me. The idea that policymakers will type into ChatGPT, what's the best way to alleviate poverty? They get an answer and they do it, and that scares the crap out of me.
And I think there was also part of that question was about when donors are reducing funding and even funding for implementation, how can you then incentivize donors and implementing partners to still prioritize research? I think maybe two parts to that answer. One is to really continue to make the case that an investment in research and in impact evaluations is not a separate cost from programming. Like, it's something that drives results, and it's a way of getting better results and more impact. You can invest maybe 1% of the program budget in an evaluation, and you can sometimes double the impact of the program. So that's part of it. Another part, I think, is that the funders that are still committed to evidence generation, like NORAD, we can still do quite a lot also in terms of how we incentivize our partners and the organizations that we support by, for instance, the requirements that we put into our call for proposals in terms of what evidence needs to be used in order to develop the programs, and how evidence is going to be generated, and how the programs must be evaluated as part of the process. So that's also, there is room for opportunity there as well.
I want to add one very specific example. A few times I've been involved in projects that were doing some sort of community outreach, some sort of household outreach, and as part of the program, there would be a field agent that would go into the communities and meet with households, let's say once a week. And the program wanted to know whether that was optimal, and they thought, gosh, maybe we could reduce that to once a month and have the same effect, or once every other month, and intermingle it with text messages in between. And they said, but we want to study that, but gosh, we're tight on budget. We can't afford more research. And I remember scratching my head several times in these conversations, because I'm like, that's a negative cost research study. Because your normal operations are doing this once a week. You're going to set up a randomized trial where some communities only get once a month, once every other month. That will save you money. You're already collecting data, so there's no data cost. You have a little bit of analysis time to analyze the data, but otherwise this is literally a negative cost randomized trial. There's a lot of examples like that. So I wouldn't think of reduced budgets first order as like, gosh, we can't afford research. Sometimes the research is actually lowering your total cost of your operation and helping you learn something along the way. And in those cases, if you find out that you got the same effect, then you save a lot of money in the long run and can reach more people with the same budget.
Thank you for that. We can take 2 questions from this side. Those giving the mics, please. I can see hands up this side first, and then we can. Yeah, please give them.
Yeah. Good morning, ladies. Yeah, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Zakaria Mohammed. I'm a student. And I do have one question directed to Ms. Catherine. And my question is, first of all, in my opinion, aid is not free. That's what I think. There are many times, foreign aid comes with political conditions. Like, Africa must do this or we will cut the aid. Simply, we will cut the aid. So, my question is, how should African countries respond to that while still keeping important partnerships? Yeah.
Okay, next, please.
Thank you. My name is Sam. I work for the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office in the UK, so I'm afraid we're one of the culprits of this new landscape. I wanted to mention that because there is a bit of a debate at the moment in our office about bilateral versus multilateral spend with the money that we have left in our ODA. And so I wondered if you could share some insight on what you think a strengthened multilateral kind of picture can do for some of the national governments that you've been sort of talking about, namely the UN agencies that I know are based here or coming over here soon, and the African Union, etc. Thank you.
Lastly, maybe we can have one more this side, and then please go ahead since you're already holding the mic.
Thank you, our moderator, and thank you very much to our speakers. My names are Joshua Adem in the public health. And my question goes to our sister Catherine. Madam Catherine, you've spoken very well about how our systems are working and how we share our resources. And according to me, I could see there is a gap. And that's why we don't see the evidence on the taxpayers. So between the citizens and the implementers. So my question to you is, how do we make sure that this gap is fixed so that whatever little resource we have can be utilized and we can see the evidence? My last question goes to our friend, Mr. Dean. Oh, I was brought up in a generation which got on the way at the time of IT and the AI. And that time, corruption was minimal, I would say. But to my surprise, I expected that with the emergence of the IT knowledge and the AI in place, we could see the disappearance or the minimal or non-corruption free world. But what we see is from then, the corruption has gone higher than before. So my question to you, has the AI and the IT knowledge has brought the acceleration of the corruption we have within our systems? Or what is the main issue that has made the corruption to be widened within the society and in our systems? Thank you.
Over to you. I think we will take the questions were very targeted.
So on the last question, I'm not a corruption expert. I'm proud to say. So I don't know. My instinct as a broad consumer academically is that over time corruption has gone down globally. Obviously, there's exceptions to that. But I've not heard of a link that says IT has and AI exacerbates it. I think of it as in general lowering the cost of information. What has IT done in a kind of more theoretical way? It's lowered the cost of information, both spreading it, passing it, etc. And sometimes that's good. Misinformation obviously is also cheaper to spread. But when information is cheaper, that does make transparency easier for watchdog organizations. So my instinct is to think that it's gone down as a consequence of it over, as a general point. But I don't know that that's a helpful answer, but that's my reaction to the question.
Yeah.
Bilaterals and multilaterals, I think I would love to be able to go back to Catherine's quote again, which is just a great quote. Best way to predict the future is to create it. Unfortunately, on this one, I'm not that ambitious to think that any of us can create an answer on that one. I would love to claim to be able to do that, but that is well beyond. What I see is an obvious tension, and I don't know how it's going to play out. The shift of, at least in the U.S. thinking, of foreign aid to being more transactional and what are we going to get for this is not my style, not my values, but we are seeing that from other countries as well. That's a shift towards bilateral processes. And on the other hand, collective action is best done collectively, and we can solve problems better collectively. So there's, I think, always going to be a push and a pull there, and I don't know what to say about how that's going to play out in the long run. What is clear is that efficiency is there's a push either way for more efficiency. And to the extent that multilaterals lead to less efficiency, that's obviously bad, and hopefully we can weed some of that out, and some of it does lead to less efficiency. Because you don't, the individual donors to the multilateral system don't have as much control over the multilateral process per se. And so even if there's an individual donor pushing for efficiency, if that's not the strong voice of the collective group of donors to the multilateral, then it doesn't win out. So I don't know, I don't have a prediction for how it's going to play out, other than to say that it doesn't really matter too much what I say. Thank you.
Without trying to predict the future of multilateralism, I do think that there is now a stronger push for reform of the multilateral system, for instance, with the UN reforms. There have been multiple efforts before. Now something needs to happen, just because the money isn't there to uphold the system in the same way as it has been. So I think there is potential for a more efficient UN system, for instance. Yeah, and then, as you say, kind of the general idea of pooling funding and of coordination, and also, I think in this time of kind of geopolitical pressures and self-interest, the idea of kind of joint norms, joint regulations, upholding kind of a rules-based international system is also part of the rationale behind the multilateral system. So there's definitely at least a need for for that system to I guess, live through this dramatic times. But how it will actually play out, I'm no better position than you to guess.
So there was a question about, these microphones don't like me. So there was a question about, I don't know if I got it right, African governments and how they can prioritize. Was that the question? As I can see the person who asked.
Conditionalities as well, that comes with it?
I didn't get the full question, but I got a sense about how they can prioritize in the face of conditionalities by, okay. So I think this is it goes back to something I said earlier, and I'll just give one example. That we ran an initiative whereby, with some small funding, academic institutions or people within academic institutions are connected with specific departments in government. And the initiative is about tracking progress towards maternal, newborn, and child health, SDG, targets. And it's been going on in some countries for about 10 years, others it's relatively new. So with very small funding, people from the School of Public Health or from a research institution, I don't know, School of Statistics, 3 or 5 of them work with the government. And the government says, this is the analysis we want around what we're doing. This year we want to know vaccination coverage. And maybe this year we want to know how we are doing in terms of child mortality. Or we want to know how we are doing in terms of stunting or whatever it is. So the government says, this is what we want. And then this small group of people actually do this analysis, crunching both DHS and DHS data, and they come up with these estimates. So by the time the estimates are coming out, the government knows that these are the estimates we asked for, and therefore they are going to feed them into some kind of process. And after a few years, this process has been linked with something called the Global Financing Facility, where governments can apply for funding that now goes into maternal, newborn, and child health programs. So by the time the results come out, there's already a use for it. So governments can prioritize their maternal, newborn, and child health things based on the analysis which has been done by this group of people in an academic institution. This is it's very small bit of money. Now just imagine, instead of these 3 people, it was like a whole policy unit that existed in a university, and that is there. Government says, this is what we want, and they do. This is what we want, and they do. This is the impact evaluation we want, and they do it. So if you create that structure, then whatever is done is demand-driven. It's not because we designed a project because it's great and because I'm an economist and I think I need to do a study on XYZ and I do that. It's important for the country, but at that point in time, the government doesn't need it. So we create structures that allow governments to demand, and then academics to supply evidence. In that way, when you think about prioritization, when I talked about the opportunities in the current moment, how do we help countries prioritize? How do we help countries redesign health systems? They will say, can you help us integrate HIV care? Then you design a study to integrate. You do this whole exercise to say it's better, it's more cost effective, I don't know, you can do all that stuff because government has asked you to. But you have to create that structure. You have to create the structure where there's a relationship between academics and government that goes into the future, not a one-off project that you go and engage and then afterwards you go back home and you never engage again. So I don't know that answers your question, but that is what I would say. Now it goes back to the last question, which was about communities and how to, like, there's a gap between what communities know, what the public knows, and then how can that be used to drive how government makes decisions. And again, I'll say the same point that a lot of us, we engage with government, but you don't engage with civil society, you don't engage with grassroots organizations, we don't engage with the general public. General public is not a good thing when you talk about from a communications perspective, but there's a general public out there. And then now it can be segmented. So as we think about our role as academics and scientists, that's the question. How do we also create space to engage with civil society? How do we create partnerships? How do we create relationships with grassroots organizations? Because their bread and butter is to do advocacy, is to work with communities, is to engage and pass on information. But if we stop at the, here in Nairobi with the ministry, the ministry doesn't, once they leave here, they don't have time to go to, I don't know, Koibatek and talk to the community about the issue that you talked about. There's a grassroots organizations, many of them there. If you work with them, they can translate directly what you found in your study and then go and work with communities. Then they can also tell you this is what communities want and then you feed it back into your project. So I think we need to create opportunities for scientists to work with different levels of decision makers, community, national, and then all the way. Yeah, I think that's how we can, try to close the gap. And then the general public, the other ways, people write opinion pieces, they write editorials, social media is now there. TikTok is very big these days. There's a lot of TikTok thing happening there that is, scientists are not in that space. Young people are going on ChatGPT, finding information and then making TikTok videos, and they are driving the narrative around a lot of things, while scientists are very busy doing other very important things. So it's a challenge again that we need to step into those spaces where the public is and see what role we can play.
Thank you. Let's give a hand for them. Africa Evidence Summit, 13th edition. First panel, responding to a new landscape in foreign aid. And critical lessons have already come out in the first hour. Produce more with less. Balance methods with cost. And ensure utilization of evidence. Use technology to lower costs, but do so ethically. Build partnerships that minimize duplication and implement the results. The concepts of citizen science are real. Funders are still committed to the cause in the resolution of global challenges. We have a future. We need more evidence now. So those of us who came in and thought, maybe the future is blink, you've heard that really there are opportunities to engage and opportunities to engage further. That is the time we had for ladies and gentlemen. So I'll invite my panelists here. We take a photo as we go back, and feel free to engage with them now as we move on.
So thank you for that panel. We'll break for coffee. It's served at the lobby. Let's be back by 11 here. We'll actually have in parallel sessions, so it depends on the one you want to attend. There's one here, then there's one in another room.
smoke cannabis. Doctor say make a pop one of this. Make me fly like say I'm Aladdin. Come bring some kind melodies. Oh, mommy, myself no do pass like this. So many things inside of my jeans. Slide down, DBTs, DBTs. ginger give me kokoro. Makone bido.
Hello. We want to start. Please settle. So welcome back to this session. It's on evidence on education, and we're going to hear from 3 speakers. So the setup basically is 20 minutes of presentation and then 5 minutes of Q&A. We'll first start off with Frank Odhiambo. He's a postdoctoral fellow at the University of Göttingen. He will present work on the role of EdTech on numeracy and literacy for children with functional difficulties and experimental evidence from Kenya. Welcome.
access issue.
Thank you very much. I'm going to start in the interest of time. My name is Frank Odhiambo, as has been introduced. I'm happy to speak to you about a research that I conduct jointly with Professor Isabeth Gunther on the role of educational technology on literacy and numeracy for children with functional difficulties in sub-Saharan Africa. And this is an experiment that we conduct in Kenya. So on the brief outline, so I'll quickly talk about the introduction and the motivation for our research. It's a field experiment conducted in Kenya. So I'll also talk about the intervention that we conduct. I'll discuss the study setting and the data, the design of the experiment itself, talk through the results, discuss some limitations, and also discuss some policy implementation and considerations. Okay, so globally, about 15% of the global population is estimated to have one form of disability or another. And 80% of these persons with disability live in developing countries. Just about 1 billion people. And if you think about disabilities, think about people with, for example, low vision or no vision, no hearing or low hearing, persons with mobility difficulties and the likes. Another term that's regularly used for persons with disabilities is persons with functional difficulties. And this is the terminology that I keep for the rest of my presentation, which is actually the recommended terminology given the World Bank, the Washington Group, and the United Nations definitions. So what is the problem? So globally, persons with disabilities remain excluded from the labor market, so in employment, in healthcare, so access to health services, and especially for the purpose of this conversation, in education. Most children globally, at this point, have access to education. So most children go to school. The remaining disparities currently in school access can mostly be explained by gender. So in some settings, girls do not yet go to school, like there's not at least universal access to schooling for girls. There's also like concerns about ethnic minorities or population minorities. And another factor that explains access, lack of access to education at this point is disability. So persons with disabilities do not yet have universal access to education. And according to the United Nations UNICEF report, they estimate that about a 47 percentage points gap in school attendance for persons with disabilities. Of course, school attendance has negative implications on the learning outcomes for persons with disabilities, and think about here particularly effects on literacy and numeracy, the ability to read, but also the ability to perform math computations. And this has later effects on the labor market outcomes. If you have low literacy and numeracy skills, this is going to affect your ability to enter the job market. What does the current literature on literacy and numeracy for persons with disabilities suggest? A lot of the literature right now focuses on assistive devices. So for example, there is studies in China that shows that providing eyeglasses for persons with low vision increases their academic performance by about 0.3 to 0.5 years of schooling. There's math improvements of about 0.24 standard deviations, and improvements in test scores by about 0.11 standard deviations. All of these studies are done in China, measuring the effects of providing eyeglasses for persons with low vision. There's also some study that suggests that providing children with hearing aids has positive implications on their literacy outcomes, the ability to read, especially when compared to persons who use cochlear implants. This study is mostly descriptive, so you cannot draw any causal inference conclusions from this. There's also a study that shows that providing teacher training, especially special education teacher training, has positive effects on math and reading achievement for children with disabilities in these schools. Though this study also suggests that when these children are integrated in the same class, there is negative spillovers or negative effects for the children without disabilities in the class. So even though providing special education training has positive effects on children with disabilities themselves in the class, the children without disabilities in this setting seem to be penalized. So as you can see, a lot of the literature has mostly focused on wearable devices, so hearing aids and and eyeglasses, and also a little bit on teacher training. But much less has been done on other interventions outside of these two. So the study that we conduct focuses on the role of an educational technology intervention in increasing numeracy and literacy outcomes for children with disabilities. And the motivation is that globally already foundational literacy, and foundational literacy here just means basic reading and writing, and also basic math. So literacy and numeracy rates are generally very low in many parts of Africa. This is particularly worse for persons with disabilities. There's already evidence to suggest this. And most of the evidence on interventions to improve these outcomes, as I've already suggested in a previous slide, focuses on wearable devices. So our focus in the experiment that we conduct in Homa Bay County is the role of an educational technology intervention on foundational literacy and numeracy. We also look at effects by gender and disability type and spillover effects to siblings. So what do we implement in Homa Bay County where we conduct this experiment? So we provide children with disabilities or with functional difficulties in Homa Bay County with an Android tablet. So you can see a screen of the kind of tablet that we provided to them. These were locally sourced, so it's locally available devices. And we also provide them with a solar panel. I mentioned already that this is a rural setting in Kenya. So there's usually access to concerns related to access to electricity. So we also provide them with a solar panel that they use to charge the devices. The tablet itself has a software that's installed on it, and this is the software that provides, therefore, self-paced learning. It's called the Anton app. It's designed as a self-regulated and self-paced study app. So think of this app as an app that the child just has it on the tablet. They can use it to access math, English, and other subjects on the app itself, and they can regulate their own study. So they get to decide whether they study grade 1 math or grade 8 math, or whether they study kindergarten math, primary 1 English and the likes. So it has access to different subjects, and also it has different levels. So the content starts from pre-kindergarten to 8th grade and even higher. This app is designed as a global universal app, but it's actually already used in many schools in Kenya, though most of the schools that already use the app are usually schools that are based in Nairobi who have more financial capacity. And this is a picture of the app that, so for example, the learning material that the children are able to access on the app. So this is something about literacy, but this is also, for example, Math Year 5 content that they can access on the app. One important thing to note is that this app is also offline enabled. So what happens is that we downloaded the material all the way from pre-kindergarten to 8th grade, and this allows the children to access the material offline. So before we issued them with the devices, we downloaded the material, and so they could they could study the content even without needing access to internet itself. The study setting is in Homa Bay County. So we conducted our experiment in all the sub-counties in Homa Bay County. This county is largely rural. And the disability incidence in Homa Bay County is twice the national average. It's the county with the second highest number of persons with disabilities in terms of proportions. And the data that we collect, so we conduct parental surveys with the parents of the children with disabilities, which we recruited from schools with the help of the Disability Assessment Office. And I'm happy that the officers who supported us with the recruitment at the schools are also present for this presentation. We also then conducted some child surveys with the children with disabilities themselves and also offered them a standardized test. We did a test with them, so we gave them a literacy and a numeracy test at baseline before the intervention itself and at end line after the intervention. We also conducted a standardized test, the same exact test, with a sibling in the household. We usually targeted a sibling that is younger than the child with disability in the same household or slightly older, so within a margin of about 1 or 2 grades of the child with disability. We also rely on data from the Anton server. So the Anton server allows us to observe what the child is studying on the app. So we are able to observe for each child what material they are studying, how much of the content that they are studying they are getting right or wrong. And this also then allows us to do some further analysis on the mechanisms through which the technology itself is supporting literacy and numeracy. So the design of the experiment, it's a field experiment. So we start with about 624 children with disabilities who are in grades 3 to grade 5 under the CBC. And we started with 63 schools in Homa Bay County out of about 800 public schools. These were randomly selected. In the treatment group, we provide them with the tablets and the solar panels that I already showed. This is about 30 schools with about 318 children. And we also have the control sample, which is 33 schools with 300 children with disabilities. The control group doesn't get anything. In the end, after the end-line survey, we also provided them with the tablet and the app itself. So after the experiment was done, they also got access to the same technology that the rest of the group got. We did a follow-up survey about 8 months later for both sets of cohorts. And the idea is that we then compare the literacy, the math, and reading outcomes for the group that gets the tablets to the group that doesn't get the tablet. So what are our main results? So first, we do like an analysis on broad literacy and numeracy outcomes. So we see an increase in both literacy and numeracy outcomes. On literacy, we observe changes of about 0.15 standard deviations. This is the measure that's used for measuring like changes in literacy outcomes, if you're familiar with the literature. These effects are at the 90% confidence level. We also see effects on numeracy of 0.13 standard deviations. In case you don't know what that means, these effects are generally larger than the median effects of other interventions that have been evaluated. So these are really large effects. That's what I'm trying to suggest here. We also look at the effects by specific literacy and numeracy skills, because you can think of literacy, for example, there's a broad range of things you can measure on literacy. We provide the children with a simple phrase. Sam is a cat, Tina is a dog, Sam is 5, Tina is 6. So this is a simple phrase that we provide them. This test has also been used by, for example, UNICEF with the multiple indicator cluster survey. So we did not design the test ourselves. It's already been trialed in many parts of the world. So the first graph you see that says read, if you can see it, is the ability of the child to read this simple phrase. Remember, we are talking about children in grades 3 to grade 5. The second bar, that the blue bar, shows the children who are able to answer correctly a question related to this simple phrase. Question 2 is a second question related to the simple phrase. On the words outcome, we provide them a longer phrase that has about 72 words. And we make them read this phrase and count how many of the words that they can say correctly. And then questions 3 to 7 are questions related to this phrase. On numeracy, before then I talk about the effects. On numeracy, we first provide them with numbers. So number 1, number 18, etc., and we ask them to identify the number. In the second stage, we then ask them to compare numbers. Which one is bigger? We show them a number 7 and a number 14, and we ask them which of the numbers is bigger, and we document how many of those they get correct. On average, we have about 3 or 4 questions on for each of these categories. Then we have addition, which is a simple add set of questions. Skip patterns, which is 1, 2, -4, which number is missing. Multiplication and division. So when you look at the effects by these outcomes broken down, we see that the literary gains are mostly driven by changes in lower order skills or lower order skills. And this is mostly the ability to read and to answer question 1 and question 2. So if you look at the slides, you'll see that on the first 3 bars, the bars are above the 0 line, which suggests that the outcomes are significantly above the threshold. While on numeracy, we see that the effects are mostly driven by higher order skills. So the ability, for example, to perform multiplications, divisions, and also additions, which is actually also pretty interesting. We are still trying to decompose why is it that we see the effects on literacy on lower level outcomes, and why is it that we see effects on higher level outcomes on numeracy. This is still an open question. So we also look at effects by gender, and on gender, we observe that even though both genders benefit similarly from the interventions, girls benefit less on the technology, especially on higher level skills. So if you look at, for example, on words read, girls are reading much less. So this is already looking at the effect of the treatment on the girls. And if you look at numeracy, they're actually benefiting even much less on multiplication and division questions. So the girls seem to be not benefiting as much as the boys. And actually, when we look at the data on usage itself, we can see that when boys and girls have different reading strategies, boys seem to target more difficult content, which is shown by how many of the content they get wrong in the first place when they are studying on the app, while the girls seem to be going for the easier content, kind of, which is suggested by how many correct answers they are already getting in the first instance. We also look at the proportion of the study material they study that's at their current grade or at below their grade. So we see boys to be more strategic in terms of the difficulty of the material that they are studying on the app. In terms of results by disability type, persons with physical and behavior disabilities seem to benefit the most, and persons with hearing and learning disabilities benefit the least, even though they all benefit them to a much lesser extent. So if you didn't get anything that I said, as an overview of my presentation, we are saying here that education technology has an effect on both foundational literacy and numeracy. These effects differ by disability domain and skill type, and females benefit less, especially on higher level skills. What are the implications? EdTech interventions, therefore, are effective in increasing learning outcomes for children with disabilities. This is the first empirical study to investigate the role of an educational universal design EdTech intervention on learning of children with disabilities. This app is not designed specifically for persons with disability, but we show that it actually has an effect nevertheless. We also document that these effects can vary by disability groups. In terms of limitations, we have a low sample. We could, of course, benefit from a higher sample. There's the question of external validity. This study is done in a county that's largely rural with limited access to internet and electricity. So, of course, there's always questions as to how much this scales if you try it, for example, in Nairobi, where there's a lot of internet and a lot of electricity access. In terms of the key policymaker considerations, the EdTech design is important. This app doesn't just provide material, but it's quite interactive. So it motivates the child. It tells them really good job when they get something right, or that they can do much better when they get something wrong. There's an open question on the role of scaffolding. This intervention was designed as an home-based study intervention and not a school-based. We did not include the role of the parent or the teacher. So there's the questions, of course, as to how much more or how much less this would be beneficial if you integrate teachers into the design and also parents into the design. There's also questions about the individual versus shared considerations. This is actually a pretty costly intervention. If you think that each child gets their own tablet or their own solar panel, there's, of course, questions as to if there is more benefit if they share it. But there's, of course, also a lot of concerns as to whether children will actually use it if you introduce this sharing dimension. Of course, also thinking about practical implementation challenges and solutions. For example, user support, which turned out that was quite important and necessary for this experiment. Yeah, thank you so much. I want to thank the communities, the participants in Homa Bay County, the office that was responsible for recruiting our participants, and our research assistants and leads who also are represented in this meeting. Thank you so much. So we can open it up to questions.
Let me start.
Okay, thank you very much for your nice presentation. My name is Mark Ambitho from Mobile for Good, but I'm also a member of Nairobi EdTech, Nairobi Garage, and Nairobi NILAB. So my question basically is, the research that EdTech improves the education outcomes has been done, even to the general public, the able and the other disability. Did you ever do a research on why the government project of dishing out laptop projects in all schools could not take up? Thank you.
It's on the go? Yeah, maybe I can do that. That's a pretty good question. And that's why you'll see that in one of my slides on policy implementation, I mentioned actually the first point and probably the most important one is that the EdTech design itself is very important. What happens with the laptop project, and this has also been evaluated, actually it's been implemented in many parts of the world, not just Kenya, is that the laptop itself only provides digital versions of books. So I'm just reading the book, but I'm only reading it in a laptop. While the app that we provide here is more interactive. So it asks the child, oh, what's 1 + 1? The child has to answer it. If they get it wrong, it sort of like suggests to them how they could improve. So there's learning by interaction, which is already massively different from just providing a laptop. Another important thing that's really discussed is if you think about laptops by themselves, I mean, on average, your laptop takes about 3 or 4 hours on charge if you don't connect it to the electricity. While you can use your tablet for 1, 2, maybe even 3 days with access to, like, without needing to recharge it. And this is also potentially one other mechanism through which maybe this is having a greater effect, because then there's a greater penalty for having no access to electricity if you use a laptop versus if you use a tablet. And in our case, we were able to provide children with solar panels, which to a much lesser extent you can also use to charge. I think it's much more difficult to charge laptops, for example, on solar than it is to charge tablets. Yeah.
We have one over here.
Good morning. My name is Keith Wanyango, and I'm a lawyer. My question is, you've highlighted some differences between boys and girls in terms of how they interacted with the technology. What explains those differences? Is it a question of interest, for example?
So unfortunately, we are not able to answer this. I'm not able to answer this question. What we can answer, I only have 90 seconds, so probably this and one last question. What we can only answer is what we observe is that there seems to be different strategies in terms of like what boys and girls are studying. But the girls are also strategic. They study more math, because our baseline results show, before we did the intervention, that girls were already much better at literacy, like English, than boys. So they seem to be investing more of their time in math, while boys are much less strategic. They seem to be just studying both across the board. We cannot answer whether there is differences in motivation, or at least we do not have the data to answer this. This is a possibility, but I can just say that at least we can explain the differences in results by the strategic behavior when studying on the app. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Sumibola Olani from University of Ilorin, Nigeria. I'll keep my questions brief. I would like to know if there are any strategies that was put in place to ensure take-up in respect to what was done to ensure the app was used for the right purpose and not by other members of the household. And also, I understand that there are sometimes lingual difference when it comes to education development. The app is in English language. there might be scenarios where these children do not understand something they found on the app, but a translation they are familiar with that they can comprehend would help them understand the app and their learning better. So I was wondering if there are like any other translation outside English on the app which could like enhance the educational outcomes. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Those are also pretty good questions. So the first one on English. So no, there is no translation on the app. However, the language of instruction in English, like children are taught, of instruction in Kenyan schools is English. So already from the first grade, they are being taught in English. Remember, we also recruited children in grades 3 to grade 5, so they are at least much more advanced in the learning, phase in Kenya. So we do not see a lot of challenges on this. In a pilot survey, we trialed out a local version of the app and this Anton app, which is developed in Germany. All the children actually chose this app, even though it's a foreign app. So there was already lots of consensus on this one. On the question of whether how to make people use it, we provided the tablet and mentioned, so the caregiver was present on site, and we informed them, of course, that this tablet is primarily meant for the child with disability. We had no way of enforcing, but at Endline, we collected additional data to ask who was the primary user of the tablet. Overwhelmingly, many of the children, so we asked both the child and the caregiver, and both of them, the resources were pretty consistent, that the child that we issued the tablet was the primary user of the tablet. Thank you so much. I would be happy to discuss more about my research. There's an open access version of the paper on the web, so if you can reach me later, I'll share with you a link to that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Frank. Now we'll have Christine Kahura. She's a senior associate at ID Insight, and she'll be presenting on impact evaluation of a school leadership development program in Western Cape, South Africa. Christine.
Thank you very much. Good morning. So, Mr. Mzanzi, not his real name, is a head of department at a school in Lobukazi, which is also a fictional town in South Africa. And I go to Mr. Mzanzi's school, and you'll probably already guess what I was talking to him about. But I arrived at school at break time, and there's a joyful chatter of children playing. We find a bench outdoors, and we sit, and fast forward, the school bell rings, and the chatter dies down, and I see children running towards their classes, queuing in front of their classes. And Mr. Mzanzi looks at me with a smile and says, these days we only take 2 minutes to settle, while before we would waste up to 10 minutes for classes after break time. And this is just one of the things that we have successfully implemented from this school leadership development program that I'll be sharing more about. So, my presentation today is on the impact evaluation of this school leadership development program in Western Cape of South Africa. And I'm from ID Insight, and at ID Insight, we use data and evidence to help leaders improve lives worldwide. We do this through collaborations. For example, we help our clients and partners test what works, design better policies, and to be able to implement these things at scale. For example, for this study, we partnered with the Instructional Leadership Institute, and this study and program was funded by the Education Endowment Fund through their partner in South Africa, the Zenex Foundation. So the Instructional Leadership Institute, who are the implementing partners for this program, they train, coach, and mentor school leaders on instructional practices, and through this, they are able to improve the quality of teaching and learning in the schools, and also facilitate school improvements throughout. So just diving a little bit into ILI's theory of change, the assumption is through training these school leaders, they'll be able to achieve school-wide effects. For example, through the training, mentorship, and coaching, the school leaders will have greater instructional capacity, and through that, these leaders will be able to better manage schools, and also share some of the teaching practices learned from the program with other teachers. Then through this, schools will be managed more effectively, and students will learn from better teachers and improve their educational outcomes. So for this program, we were looking at ILI's flagship program, which is an 18-month school leadership development program. This has 3 key aspects. One being a workshop training where in a setup like this, the school leaders come together, and school leaders here were thinking deputy principal, principals, and heads of department like Mr. Mzanzi. So they come together for a 4 to 5 day training program. Then after this, they have school visits where they are assigned coaches, and these coaches go to the schools to see the leaders implementing whatever they learned in the previous block weeks. And then there's also mentorship where these school leaders have assignments from the training that they received, and they also have online discussions either with fellow school leaders or even the coaches and mentors on how things are going with regards to implementing the school learnings. So for this study, the criteria for inclusion was primary schools that are located within the Western Cape province that use English or Afrikaans as a primary language of instruction, and the school leaders should not have participated in any other previous ILI program or similar intervention. So that was the study setting. Then for our evaluation, it consisted of 2 things, the randomized control trial and RCT, and also a process evaluation. So for the RCT, our outcomes of interest were tied to the key things and outcomes that ILI hopes to achieve from the theory of change. And this is the school management practices that we measured using the Development World Bank World Management Survey, the DWMS. And this DWMS is a standardized tool that is used to measure management practices in institutions such as schools and hospitals within developing country settings. So some of the modules and things that we were focusing on were looking at the management practices include operations management. So how are teachers, are they using data-driven planning? Do they have a plan for instructions like lesson facilitation and such things? Then also for monitoring management, we wanted to understand things like, are there performance tracking? Are there measures to ensure continuous improvement? And also, are they setting targets and tracking this achievement of these goals and targets? Then for the teaching quality or the teaching practices, we measured this using the World Bank Teach tool, which is an observation tool that is used to assess the classroom culture. So is the teacher enabling, providing a supportive learning environment for the students, or instruction, how is their lesson planning, how is their, are they asking for feedback throughout, during the classes? And lastly, things to do with social emotional skills. How are the teachers encouraging collaboration among the students in class? How are they encouraging autonomy? Things like that. So it's an observation tool. This specifically, we use the one that was developed for primary schools. And lastly, for the student performance, we measured this using the annual national assessment, similar to KCPE, but like one that happens every year in the South African or specifically Western Cape's education system. And we used a shortened version of the math test. Then for the process evaluation, we were keen on understanding 3 things. What is the compliance within the program? What are the drivers for participation and engagement within this 18-month program? And also, what are the enablers and barriers for implementing some of the learnings from this program? So our target sample was 79 schools, and these 79 schools were randomized into treatment and control, 39 schools being in the treatment and 14 in the control group. We also aimed to speak to at least 2 leaders at endline, and also for the students, we targeted approximately 2,500 students, and this is like 32 students per school in multiple streams. We did the baseline in 2022 and the endline 2 years later, 2024, and I'd like to note that this was 6 months post the completion of the ILDP program by the school leaders. So moving on to the response rates and the program participation. As you can see on the slides in front of you, we had higher participation among controlled schools, which was not expected, but this is possibly due to the fact that the controlled schools were offered future cohorts of ILI program, so they were more responsive to our communication. And the non-response was mainly due to you can see? Okay. Okay. So you cannot see, you will believe me. Yeah, so we had a higher participation from controlled schools, and this is for the DWMS, which is school management interviews. We had like 73% reach for the schools, and on treatment we had like 64%. Then for the classroom observation, approximately 73 again, while the treatment schools approximately 67. And then for the student test, we reached, this was nearly even for the treatment and control schools, because for all the schools, they could opt to which of the research activities they want to participate in. Of course, the preferred was for the participants to participate in all 3 activities, but this was not the case throughout. Then interestingly, at the student level, we even had a higher attrition, because in addition to the schools that we were not able to reach, there were students that were no longer enrolled in the school by endline, or they were not present during the day that the tests were being offered, or their parents or themselves refused to participate in the test. So while the school's reach was between 60 to 70%, at the student level, we were only able to reach approximately 52% from the treatment group and 58% from the control group schools. So moving on to compliance and how participants engaged with the program, we assessed 2 aspects of program participation. One is compliance with participation, and that is how much of the program were they exposed to. So the treatment schools were supposed to get the full program, the teaching, the mentorship, the coaching, the training, but how much of that did they actually get exposed to? And we found that only 56% of the treatment school offered the program. So out of the 39 that were offered the program, only 56 completed the program, this 18-month program. And we also defined a threshold for compliance where if a school leader attended at least 80% of the block weeks, that's the workshop training, and 75% of the coaching sessions, then we would call that a compliant school leader, and we only had 33% meeting this threshold of compliance, and this will explain some of the results that we found. So some of the common challenges mentioned for this compliance was the intensity of the program. School leaders had to spend at least the first week of their school holidays in these training sessions. Then in addition to the usual teaching load at school, they have to share some of the learnings they got from the school. So the program was pretty intense, and this is some of the reasons why the participants who could not complete mentioned it was a bit intense. So getting on to the results and the summary of impact. Before I get to that, just some balance checks. Our treatment and control groups were comparable, as shown by the joint test of orthogonality and the high p-value in that, and also the individual baseline characteristics. They had no statistical significant differences, although some of the differences or some of these variables had a high magnitude. For example, the number of computers, the treatment schools had approximately 146% more computers than the control schools. And these differences were driven by attrition, because at baseline, the treatment and the control schools were balanced, although we account for these differences in baseline characteristics in our impact estimation, allowing us to reliably attribute the impacts that we see to the ILDP program. So for our results, we found only a modest increase, a 5% increase in school management practices, but no statistically significant differences in the teaching practices or the student outcomes. And we can attribute this to the long causal chain. If you remember the theory of change, the school leaders have to be trained something. They can implement the school management practices by themselves, but when you look at the teaching practices, they have to go and share this with other teachers, the teachers to implement this, then probably this will be reflected in the student outcomes. And so that long causal chain and the fact that people like Mr. Mzanzi, who we spoke to, mentioned that they only, from the long set of things that they had learned from the program, they had only started implementing gradually what their school really needed at that point in time. So that suggests that there may be more time needed for all of the things that they learned to be able to be brought into their schools for us to detect effect sizes on teaching practices and student outcomes. And secondly, we do not see any differential impacts based on whether gender or role of the participants, for example, if they were a deputy, a principal, or a head of department. Further qualitative insights show that many respondents, like Mr. Mzanzi said, they had actually seen positive effects from implementing some of the things that they learned from the program. For example, discipline, orderliness when it comes to saving time during breaks, that was one of the most commonly implemented practices learned from the program. And because of this, we can say that for the classes and the school leaders who consistently implemented these changes, we hypothesize that there could have been changes in the teaching practices and the student outcomes, but also because of the high attrition and our low sample size due to take-up of the program, our study was unable to detect such small effect sizes. Then to the limitations, there's a number of reasons why our findings may not be generalizable to other contexts. For example, looking at geography, language, or school type, majority of the schools that participated in the program were from Cape Town, and also the primary language of instruction is English and Afrikaans, and for South Africa that doesn't capture the diversity, the cultural diversity within South Africa. Another thing is the application process into the program, which was quite rigorous, and therefore that may have been an impediment to some leaders or some schools that would have been part of the program. And then the sample size and the attrition, with the low take-up rate and the high attrition, that may have driven our lack of impact on the two outcomes that I mentioned. And also the social desirability bias, where the DWMS, when we're looking at the school management practices, this was done using qualitative interviews, and in such interviews, there is a risk of social desirability bias, and this affects both treatment and control group schools and school leaders, but with treatment schools, they probably know what to say, and therefore a higher risk for social desirability. Then moving on to recommendations and program considerations. First, there's probably need for further research with a longer follow-up period. I mentioned our studies follow-up was 6 months after completion of this 18-month program, and qualitative findings suggested that maybe there was needed more time because they were only implementing some of these learnings slowly into their schools. Though the relationship between time and impact may be uncertain, because a longer follow-up period could mean even higher attrition or staff or student transitions if the study is also looking at students, and also consistency in implementation of these learnings may wane over time, which means a longer follow-up period, you may find the quality of implementation from what was learned from the program has decreased. Secondly, it would be important to design studies that are highly powered, and this is for even evidence on a meta-analysis on education management interventions on student learnings. They have very small effect sizes, and most of these studies are underpowered to capture these effect sizes. Therefore, designing studies that are powered enough to capture such small effect sizes may be useful. And although these effect sizes are small, we still hypothesize that they are relevant and cost-effective because we're looking at impact on a large number of students from training just a smaller sample of school leaders. Then lastly, for designing programs similar to the ILDP, it may be helpful to target the lower resourced schools. We found that from the 33% of the compliant schools that I mentioned, majority were the lower resourced schools, probably because they would find such training or such interventions that are being taught in these programs to be more helpful in their context. And similarly, including more than one participant per school, because this would help with transitions. If you train a principal today and he leaves that school, if there is a second participant who was also part of the program, they could be able to continue with these practices within those schools, and also just to help with the diffusion of these changes and these new learnings. Then lastly, providing post-program support to ensure continuity of the impact. As we said, the risk of a longer follow-up period could be that people stop implementing some of these practices. So if the program can have an arm to just support or follow up with the school leaders post the intervention, that would be helpful. So I will pause there and take any questions.
So we'll be taking questions at the back.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, for me, my question, I'm asking about the research. Since you have said you are doing a research on schools, so did you guys consider doing research in schools that have children with intellectual? And if you did that, what were the interesting programs that those children were so much interested in? Thank you.
Sorry, just repeat. Children with?
Children with disability. Yeah.
Can you take this one here? Then you can take the two. We need a mic here.
Hi, my name is Marugi Kagotha from Teachborough. Thanks, Christine, for that presentation, really interesting on school leadership. My question is around additional data sources. So I'm interested to know whether this version of the study design or future iterations will incorporate student voice, particularly on teaching quality outcomes and school environment. So I think it would be interesting to know what students thought about any changes in both teaching quality and school climate, particularly after the intervention.
Okay. Yeah, I can take those two and we'll proceed. So our study did not focus on children with disabilities specifically. However, I think with the randomization and this was not a student intervention, it was more a school leaders intervention. So I think what I can say is through the program and the learnings from the program, the teachers or the leaders, school leaders are potentially able to cater for even the students with disability, but our study did not have a specific focus on such. And then I really like your point on getting student views for future designs. I think it is feasible. And I think for our context at this point, because even the changes hadn't gone that far for them to be recognized by students, I think it's for future studies that's a plausible design for them to even share anecdotally what are some of the differences that they can see and so on and so forth. But I would like to add from this program, since one of the key things includes like getting feedback even from students, I think that was one way, and even the fact that the teaching practices was through a classroom observation. So as much as you're observing the teacher and how they're doing the instruction, there's also the part of how are the students reacting to that instruction by the teachers and so on.
We can take like 2 more questions. Today the ladies are on fire. So her and Annette.
Education.
Thank you, Christine, for the wonderful presentation. My name is Helen from the University of Nairobi. I was concerned about the compliance or uptake. And my quick question is, what could you have done differently to increase uptake or at least participation in the modules so that then you're able to see the impact later? Thank you.
Sorry, I think my question was also related to hers about especially the attrition rates, them being so high. How would you improve for subsequent studies?
All right, so I'll speak to uptake of the program. So the program design and implementation is outside like ID Insights research domain, but what we even recommended for future rounds of the program, because part of the reasons mentioned for this low uptake of the program is the program intensity. So find ways to make the program less demanding. For example, maybe for the workshop block weeks, there were some recommendations to probably reduce this to, instead of 4 to 5 days, maybe 2 to 3 days, and also complement this with online modules and things that would enable participants to still participate and get the same value, but without so much demand on their time. Another thing is one of the recommendations we said about having multiple participants in a school. That would help with, we said part of the demand and was the fact that this one person has to go back to the school to share all the learnings with all the teachers. So if there are multiple participants, that would help with that burden of spreading the learnings, which I think would help with the uptake of the program. On reducing the timeline from 18 months, that's still debatable. The program has a lot to cover, and therefore maybe that remains, but with flexibility on how this program is delivered. Then on to attrition, I think our reflection was we had a number of research activities that maybe demands too much time from the school leaders. This is multiple rounds of interviews. We're looking at baseline. Our process evaluation was also a form of midline where you go back to the same leaders to collect data from them. So our reflections on this is really thinking about and rethinking about research designs and how much you're demanding from particular participants when it comes to research activities. So that was a reflection that would be helpful for future research. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Let's clap for her. Now we'll go straight to the next study where we have Annette Adong, who's a research fellow at the Center for Population and Applied Statistics, Makerere University, and Kizito Omala, who's a lecturer at Makerere University. Their paper will be on policymakers' demand for rigorous evidence on soft skills training and targeted internship placements for university graduates and experimental findings from Uganda. Welcome.
Good morning. We'd like to tackle something that was a prompting of policymakers. And this resonates very well with the discussions that we had this morning about evidence that actually speaks to the context. And this is basically our outline to look at what's the background of the project that we engaged in, what's our motivation, looking also at what theory backs the kind of outcomes that we envisage, the randomization process, and also the preliminary results that we have, as well as some conclusions and possible policy implications. First of all, between 2015 and 2019, the government of Uganda received the support from the African Development Bank to support higher education, science and technology, and they were principally looking at 9 benefiting degree awarding public institutions. And what we like to talk about today is a replication of this intervention, and more specifically focusing on the third component, which aimed to improve the skills of about 2,000 interns from the 9 benefiting institutions. But more specifically, we like to look at skills improvement in science and technology from the 8 benefiting institutions. What motivates us is that unemployment is a big challenge globally, and Uganda is not an exception. Over 30% of our university graduates aren't employed, and in the wider context, nearly 2/3 of our youth aren't employed. But what is also clear is that there are challenges that arise from both the supply and the demand side. And let's keep in mind that me and Adong Annette will present. However, also in the audience are the other co-investigators, Ronald Mulebeke and John Bosco Asimwe. Can you raise up your hands for recognition? Yeah. So they are part of this study. Evidence that we have come across does illustrate how important it is, the nature of the internship or the structure of the internship that is availed to university graduates. In the context of Uganda, it is compulsory. It is a requirement that every university student during their penultimate year, the year just before they graduate, must undergo some form of attachment. This activity that we are referring to as the HEST was implemented, especially the component on the placement of university graduates was implemented by Uganda Manufacturers Association under the stewardship of the Ministry of Education and Sports. And later, they did conduct a tracer study and found out that 77% of those that they had attached actually transitioned into work. However, our engagement with the Office of the Prime Minister and officials from Ministry of Education and Sports wanted data that can actually tie the evidence that is being observed with the intervention. In other words, they wanted rigorous evidence. And so they singled out this as something worth evaluating to be able to support whether there should be a tweak that must be established for the purpose of enhancing the benefit of internship. And so one of the things that they did propose was a scale up of this in the final year, and we went ahead to implement a replication of the intervention. The current practice is what we have of the structure that is presented of the internship. We have matching of students to industry, and the HEST, the replication that we are making, is very deliberate on placements, whereas the business as usual, a student studies, let us say BBA, and might choose to work as a barber in a salon that is run by his cousin, which could match. But you could also have cases where somebody did a Bachelor of Statistics, but also goes to work in a barber shop and considers that placement corresponding to the training that he had. In other words, the current practice is that matching is not targeted. Most times the students look out for placement positions on their own. The other that we implemented is to have a certification that at the completion of the placement, a certificate is awarded, and so is supervision was guaranteed. The other that isn't the current practice is that we offered 2 days of training on soft skills, focusing on 10 sub-constructs on employability, including time management, cultural fit, computer basic skills, communication skills, and many others. The current practice doesn't offer a formal contract. What we replicate of the HEST project provided a formal contract to each person that was in the treatment. And so who was eligible then? We made a call out to all former students that graduated in 2024-2023 from the three major university campuses, Makerere University, Kyambogo University, and MOBS, Makerere Business School. And this call out was made through social media, but also presenting the call outs on physical notice boards that are present in the universities that are mentioned. So any student who had normal progress, graduated in 2023 or 24 was eligible, and they had to be from both sciences and arts, male, females, and strictly Ugandans. Our assumption is that if participants would be availed training on soft skills and placements were matched and they were guaranteed supervision by the host employment posts, their placement completion is certified, and they were provided with stipends to facilitate their movement, their mobility from where they stay to the place of work. And if all that is guaranteed, then there is a chance that their potential to be employed is highly likely, and consequently they have a chance to actually get employed. This happened as what is our sampling strategy. The population targeted were university graduates, those holding bachelor's degrees. We came out with 716 potential participants enrolled. However, 16 were ineligible and 40 declined to participate, and we were left with 660 that we randomly assigned to treatment and the control group. And so the control group does represent all those who have graduated in 2023, 2024, but also were exposed to the business as usual placement a year before their graduation. In terms of the credibility of the study, we had a balance between the treatment and the control groups based on the observables. And our consideration are two outcomes. One is at the end of the intervention, whether a person is employed or not. In other words, what is the employment status? And that is powered up to 80%. The outcome of employability falls short of the threshold of 80%, and it is 70%. What we consider as employability here is the potential to be employed, and this was assessed based on a tool designed by one of our colleagues who is an organizational psychologist that constructed a situation judgmental tool that captured responses from participants on the treatment and the control group, looking at 10 sub-constructs that I mentioned earlier. Whereas looking at whether a person is employed or not, we consider employment, for example, as somebody who is employed in a public service or a private service, or is self-employed, or has a contract for an extended internship, either where he was placed or where he could have gained employment elsewhere. At this point, I'd like to ask Annette to take us through the preliminary results. As I sit down to await the questions.
Okay, thank you so much, my colleague, Dr. Kizito. So just a continuation from where he stopped on the results. So one of the research questions was to find out whether the HEST internship program or approach actually improves or increases the employment of university graduates. So where employment is just a binary of whether somebody was employed after the internship or not. So graphically, we saw that a significant number of the treated students were employed compared to the control. And then first, before that, the percentage of people that got the internship, so 84% of the treated had enrolled for internship compared to only 47.4%. And then after the internship, we found a significant number of treated students had transitioned into the world of work, but also a certain percentage had still been retained in their area of internship. So so now our regressions show that 58% of the treated students were more likely to be employed compared to the control group, and perhaps we think that this was mainly because of the internship program, the skills that were imparted, the placements, the matching, and also because there was also an incentive, a financial incentive, mainly to cater for their internship program. Now, heterogeneity across gender was not. We didn't find any significant difference between treated females and treated males. Now, the second objective was along the lines of employability, and I think my colleague tried to define employability to some extent. So employability was defined across 10 constructs, including time management, but also, other soft skills like conflict management, but also, I think there was conflict management, time management, and a number of other dimensions. So, and then these responses were ordered into, 4, whether it was innate, low, moderate, or high, again by our other colleagues. So we scored the students along these lines for both the treated and the control group. So here, just simply, we find no significant, along these 10 constructs, there were no significant differences across, across several of these constructs. And also our results did show that there was no significant difference between the control and the treated on this outcome of employability. So what did that mean for us? So in terms of conclusion, we find positive effects on employment status, and so we know that the internship improves internship access and subsequently the employment of the students. But the lack of effects on employability has, for us, it had some implications. Is it because, so a number of questions, of course, came up. And one of them is for us to rethink about, the theory of change. So for instance, what does the theory talk about, the time required to notice the change from, to notice the change in employability, based on the form of intervention we had. So what time is needed for us to see the changes happen? But also did the training, because we had some kind of training of the treated students on these soft skills, was the time sufficient or not? But also, from other studies also, have been inclusive or mixed, effects of soft skill training on actual employment. And they've asked for, maybe some more time on, some time lag between the timing of the training and the entry into the job market. Perhaps it's something to consider, but also do some long-term assessments, because here we assess the students, I think, Dr. Kizito, you can let me know if this is wrong. 3 months after the internship, was this a short time to assess this construct of employability? So those are some of the questions that came up. But for policy implications, still with the positive effects on the employment status, I think we, especially in the context, in similar contexts as Uganda, do we shift the internship or the field placements towards the end of the university program, or does it remain, in the middle? So the results try to indicate that it's more effective to actually do it towards the end of the course rather than in the middle, as is the current practice. But otherwise, I think that's the end of our presentation, and we acknowledge funding from these two institutions, Hillwet and SEGA, and of course the other authors that are in the room. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We'll take questions. There's one at the back.
Thank you very much. I'm Joseph Yongo, Special Needs Coordinator, Homa Bay County. Thank you very much, Dr. Kizito Mala. My question is with respect and reference to Sustainable Development Goal, Agenda number 4 on equity and inclusion. You have a very important program in your country. My question is, how inclusive is this program? Because with the reference to that Agenda 4, we have to ensure that in our education endeavors, no one is left behind. Thank you very much.
Back. Okay, we can take here, the front here. Just raise your hand.
Okay, thank you so much for that exciting presentation. My name is Purity Modima from Kenyatta University. I'm happy to learn that maybe you are talking of the internship that is part of the program, degree program. And here in Kenya, we also have an internship after they graduate. This one we call public service internship program that the government offers. And we did a study, and I'm happy to find the almost similar results, that those who have gone through the internship have a higher possibility of getting employment. So maybe in line with that, I just wanted to know this definition of employment, whether you included self-employment or is just formal employment, because we know you have a problem actually generally for the government opportunities for jobs. That is one. The other one is about soft skills. There were several. I just wanted to know whether there are those that you had maybe, I don't know, a regression to show which of these soft skills that are more highly needed maybe and could lead to employment. Thank you.
You could take those two first.
Thanks very much for the wonderful questions that have come through. And on inclusivity, indeed, this call was made to all, whoever graduated from the university. And in fact, we had some people who had physical challenges as interns. Yeah. And then on the aspect of employment, we considered employment those that are employed in the public service, those employed in private sector, those who are self-employed, and also those who had a contractual engagement as an intern beyond a formal contract, beyond the 3 months?
Thank you for the second question on whether individual constructs of employability, especially the soft skills, actually did have an impact. Unfortunately, when we ran also individual, so what we did is we looked at these individual scores, but also a summation of the scores, and then tried to see if there are any effects. And unfortunately, we don't find. Thank you.
Yes, you put his hand. Him, over there.
Thank you. Great presentation. My name is Kwaju Ahin from Ghana. My question is in twofold. The first one, I want to find out whether you use more than one treatment arms, that is introducing different levels of treatment to the treatment groups. So did you have more than one treatment arm in your research? The second one, how do the results that you have compare with the HEST results?
Yeah, you can take those. That's the last question.
Yeah, we actually had only one arm of treatment, but I think it's a good idea. It would have been interesting to find out, because what we have is a combo. You have soft skills and then targeted placements. So it would be interesting to see what other variations that could be cost effective or scalable that could have actually been looked at. And I think we can still have further conversations on this. Annette, you want to take it?
No, I think we only had one treatment arm, like my colleague says, and yeah, I mean, if we had, because this was, I was just thinking about today morning that if we had an opportunity to think about the cost effectiveness of certain intervention, it would have been great, but we didn't go that extent. But of course, with additional funding, these are some aspects that we could look out for. How do individual elements of the construct of employability, for instance, or even can we segregate out the impact of the hard skills vis-a-vis the soft skills on the employment status? It would have been really, really nice to go beyond just, looking at the combo. Thank you.
For them, kindly. Thank you so much. So we're breaking for lunch. Lunch is on the second floor. There are two sets of elevators. There's the main one, and then I think there's one down the hall this way, so that you don't get congested. You can either use that one or you can use that one. Let's be back here by 1:45. Okay. Enjoy lunch.
mama tetema. Whoa, 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 mama tetema. 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 Whoa, mama 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 tetema. Kicha kime, kime, kimempa. Kime, kimempa. Kime, kimempa. Kime, kimempa.
Hey, you wanna come in?
Wait. Hello? Good afternoon? Good afternoon? Good afternoon. That's better. We are about to start. Please settle. And if you could kindly come up front, those who are at the back. Let's settle. Those at the back who are speaking, let's settle kindly. We want to start. Okay, great. Welcome back from lunch. We want to go into the next session, the next parallel session that will speak about data and methodological innovation. And we're going to start off with Tom Wayne, who's the Director of Dignity at ID Insight, and he will present something on new methods for measuring people's preferences. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me okay. Wave furiously if you cannot. The session this afternoon is about methods, and nobody likes talking about methods. Please stay with us. What I want to talk about is a $350 million methodological question, which is, how should we allocate all the money that goes in aid? We've been talking this morning about how there is less money than there was. Well, if there is less money, we have to make these difficult prioritization decisions. So, how should we allocate it? Amy, could you see if the slides can come up? Okay, great. If we're going to allocate that money fairly, the way most funders do that is through some sort of political internal debate, maybe democratic mandate, maybe the individual whim of some very wealthy person. As we have come to talk about localizing development, that has often been done through to which organizations will the money be sent and where will their registration be. That seems a potentially important factor. But underlying that would be better still saying, what should the money be spent on in the first place? If we are to obey this mandate to localize aid, then surely we need to start by asking, what would the people who receive that aid want us to do with it? And that's what I'm going to talk about today. I lead this work on dignity and development and all the ways in which the processes and institutions and everyday practices of development, for all their great intentions, and even when they get the material aid into the hands of the people that need it, can still end up leaving people feeling bruised and frustrated and disrespected. Since we have to allocate that money somehow, localization, democratic deference, the values that we bring to this work should lead us to defer to the people whose lives it most concerns. We should do that anyway. It's a good value to hold. It's the sort of thing that that people who care about development, people who care about good evidence should do. But we also know that the evidence shows that when people have interactions that are respectful of their dignity, we then see greater impact in other domains that we care about. People are individually happier, they seem to have higher self-efficacy. People have a better relationship with the program, and they are more willing to return to that program, more willing to recommend it, more willing to pay for that program. They place a higher value on the program. And we seem to see, although the evidence is difficult here, these other societal benefits. When people have interactions that are respectful of their dignity, we seem to see that they are more cooperative with one another, more tolerant of one another, more politically engaged, but less politically partisan. These other things that we should care about. So both for a values reasons and a democratic reason, and because of all the other types of impact that we care about, we should care about this agenda of dignity. Okay, so I want to talk about a philanthropic foundation called GiveWell. Many of you will have come across their work. They have been associated with the effective altruist movement, but their fundamental animating purpose is to give money as effectively as possible. It's literally in the name. They want to give money well. All funders want to do that, but if they are going to do so, then GiveWell have adopted this very particular approach. They have said, we will allocate our money according to what is most valuable between these different domains. So, they started off by saying that questions of mortality are very important to people. Questions of morbidity are very important to people. They've now more recently started to add a debate around family planning and the ways in which they think that might be very important to people. And when they say very important to people, being the economically minded researchers that they are, they like to compare that to, well, how much is it worth to people in terms of money? And that creates a really neat way of dividing up their programs, because they can divide their programs between livelihoods interventions that increase the amount of money people have, and health interventions that improve mortality and morbidity. And now they are using this research to consider introducing a third category about family planning and the ways in which that compares to money, the ways in which that compares to the amount of money they ought to allocate to their livelihoods programs. This sort of thinking is common to every funder. Every funder, everyone working on development allocates their effort, and every funder allocates their money according to what they think are the most important priorities. You'll see a fourth circle on the end there is a woman called Anna Christina Thorsten of Family Empowerment Media. I mention her just because she is leading a very interesting project, expanding the range of trade-offs that we might look at. So, whereas most of the literature has looked at mortality, and a fair amount of the literature has looked at morbidity, and we're starting to get a bit more on how to do this with family planning, she is leading this very exciting agenda to expand massively the range of questions that we consider and how people should trade off. So, to summarize where we are, we ought to be deferring to people's preferences in the allocation of our money. For now, we're looking at that in terms of how do we split up our money between mortality and morbidity, between health and wealth, and we're starting to look at it with family planning as well. When GiveWell started doing this, the first thing they did was they surveyed their staff. They said, how should we allocate our money. That's not a bad thing to do. It's better than just having a billionaire decide, I suppose. But even right from the beginning, they felt that their staff, many of them sitting in California or London or other nice places, most of them with degrees from very storied institutions with large endowments and all these privileges, perhaps did not have the deepest insight, even with the incredibly careful, thoughtful research that they had done, into the lives and preferences of the people that their money was serving. So, from 2019, they commissioned ID Insight, the organization I work for, to survey poor Kenyans and poor Ghanaians. And based on that data, they started weighting the trade-offs that they made, 50% on their staff survey, and 50% according to the values from this ID Insight survey. That was a sort of middle position. And they adopted that middle position because they weren't sure about the methods. As I'll come to in a moment, how should we allocate this money? How should we make these trade-offs is a really difficult question to ask about in surveys. So, they adopted this sort of middle position. But none of us were super satisfied with that. It was a compromise position. We'll have a bit of staff survey and a bit of these methods that we think are good, but we're not totally sure. That didn't feel right. And then COVID came, and staff came and went, and projects turned over, and all the normal things that get in the way. Until last year, GiveWell launched this agenda focused on feedback. And they launched a new team, their cross-cutting areas team, with a mandate to look at these things. And they decided we're going to think very widely about feedback, about how we're getting information into GiveWell beyond the wonderful research trials we have always commissioned. So, that agenda has been coming through. But in amongst this has always been this doubt about the methods. If we think this is right, if we think it's important to ask people, how should we allocate the money? Well, then the question is, can't you just ask them? That's simpler, right? Lots of work goes into good survey methods. And there are plenty of thoughtful polling efforts in Kenya, in many different places, that ask people, well, what are the most important challenges you're facing? The problem is that people face many very difficult challenges. Meanwhile, GiveWell is sitting here saying, well, if people are facing many challenges, we could split our money across many different things. But then we might not have much impact. We could dilute our work. And also, we tend to think that we can have more impact in certain areas than others. So perhaps we can get more specific. Rather than just asking people, what problems do you face? Perhaps we can adopt a different sort of method. The way that gets done, there are two big ways you could do that. These two big categories of method are called revealed preferences and stated preferences. Revealed preferences are observing what do people do. And stated preferences are asking people, how much do you value this? In revealed preferences, you can imagine that you can look at how much somebody values their health by how much they're willing to pay for a medicine, or how much they're willing to pay for health insurance. And since you can run the numbers and understand how much that reduces their risk of dying, perhaps you can figure out how much they value their life from that. It's a little bit complicated, but that's within the range of methods. Within stated preferences, there's a whole range of methods that we'll come to in a moment, a whole range of ways that you might build your survey. The problem is, the results bounce around. People are not super consistent. If I asked you, or if you asked me, how much do you value a life? I don't know, that's a really hard, weird question. And they say, well, you paid this much for insurance. Is that how much you value your life? I don't know, I took the best deal on the market. Like, this is a strange way of looking at it. So, when we have done this, we have been investing in a lot of piloting to try and understand what are people really understanding when we ask these questions. One of the reasons that the estimates bounce around is that the ways these are done in wealthy countries have simply not been carried out yet in developing countries. In particular, if you want to understand people's revealed preferences about how much they value life and health, the two best ways of looking at it are looking at their choices around transport. Do people wear a seatbelt? Do people wear a helmet? Do people take a bus or a boda? And look at their choices around employment. Are people willing to take a risky job? How much more money do people need to be paid in order to take a risky job? There are data sets that do this routinely in the United States that simply haven't been built yet in many of the developing countries where we think this could have even more impact. And so all the literature work we've been doing suggests that more studies on transport and employment, and I know there are lots of researchers setting agendas in this room. We would love to see you take these up, but we do think there's more work to be done on transport and employment revealed preferences studies. And then there's the ways in which results bounce around about stated preferences. When you look at the way these questions have been asked in the academic literature, they're often asked in this very brief way. Right at the end of quite long surveys, it's often one research question among many. And frankly, we think that there is just more effort you can put into comprehension. And so there's a really good set of visual aids, ways of explaining, ways of giving people time to think and then asking them again a little bit later, that really seem in the results of our piloting to improve people's confidence and comprehension and the stability of their responses. There's a whole set also of more involved methods that economists have often recommended, focused on incentive compatibility, focused on using auctions or valuations, or one that is slightly oddly named the Bayesian truth theorem. I have always been a great advocate for this. Some of those who I've spoken with know that I started a lot of my career working on behavioral economics, which is a great user of a lot of these methods. And the more piloting I've done through this work, the more I have come to worry about comprehension with those methods. And so I think we're very unlikely to make recommendations with those methods. Let's pause on this one. We have one big question to answer with this. I've set this up as, how much do people value a life? It's a hard question. How much do people value a life? Many of us would be inclined to say, infinitely. Life is far more important than money. Of course you should give. Of course you should give anything to save a life. Now, when you look at the ways in which we give to charity or the ways in which we take health risks, we know that's not quite how people behave in the world. People do weigh money and life all the time. But this is a sort of split personality I think many of us have. And these methods assume that we're utilitarian, that we're willing to put values on things, when actually many people will put their foot down and say, no, Actually, about 25% of people consistently in Kenya seem to put their foot down and say, no, I'm not playing this game, I'm not putting a value on it, you should do anything to save a life. And so that is a fascinating debate, which perhaps we can get into more in questions, about these utilitarian views of the world, deploying these utilitarian methods, but then asking people who may be more Kantian in the way that they think about things. So, to sum up, this is a methods question, but behind it, it is a moral question. Localization demands that we defer to the preferences of the people they serve. Charities ought to be justifying how they're respecting the dignity of those they serve. Funders should be insisting on that. Let's not just say charities. Anyone providing services should have that duty. That is most true when the other methods we have for understanding people's preferences, like looking at democratic mandates or following the lead of elected leaders, are not in place or seem to be malfunctioning. If we're going to do this, though, if we're going to try and allocate our funding and build these more democratic versions of philanthropy that are following the priorities of the people they serve, then these decisions become enormously important. This is not about where does your paper place. This is not about how many citations does it get. GiveWell gives away $350 million a year. We had better be certain about our methods if we're going to rest that sort of impact and decision-making power on those questions. So we better get this right. Guys, thank you so much. I'm looking forward to your questions.
Thank you. We'll take questions. Okay, there's a hand up there already. There's a hand here. No. No, no.
No? Okay. Thank you so much. Hi, I'm Noreen Karachiwala. I'm at the International Food Policy Research Institute. Thanks for your really interesting presentation. I wanted to hear your thoughts about the role that discrete choice experiments could play in these kinds of measures. Thanks.
Can I take one from this side and then this side? Okay, his hand is up already. Kim.
Tom, that was a really fascinating talk. I wonder if you could also talk a bit more about the criteria that you're looking for in whatever measure that you end up with. How are you judging validity in this context?
You can take those two first.
Great. Discrete choice experiments, first of all, seem to have really great power in these sorts of methods. Forgive me for time, I ended up skipping over exactly how we're implementing this. The best way to ask about this seems to be from an individual perspective. So what would you want to do, rather than say, put yourself into the shoes of a policymaker. Within the most direct estimands that we want is what value do people place on this? And so for mortality and morbidity, that is the sort of more direct route, and discrete choice experiments are a slightly more complicated way of getting there. When we're asking people about mortality and morbidity, people seem to be quite happy to give us those valuations directly, and they seem to be quite consistent about it. So we're quite happy with that method, and we haven't felt the need to go around to discrete choice experiments. When we've been asking about family planning, though, in particular, what we don't want is how much would you pay for this method of family planning. This is not about the cost of something on the market. It's about valuing living in a world in which family planning is accessible and barriers are reduced. Even if one is not oneself a user of family planning, you might still place a value on that. That is a very complicated question to ask, and it seems to be one that is more able to be approached through discrete choice experiments. I think broadly, questions of, there has been a particularly strong literature studying questions of women's empowerment that has employed discrete choice experiments, and we're trying to follow in that tradition. I deliberately colored the family planning pink or yellow or something because we're not as certain in our recommendations there because there's just not as much literature to build on. Whereas I think for the more direct ways you can ask about this, we are more in line with a stronger existing literature. So we do think there's a real role, particularly for those questions where people are really struggling to envision it. All of this then, I said, let's use good methods. Well, fine, that's an easy thing to say, but what's a good method? How are we judging this? One thing we're looking at, the first round of work we did was in Homa Bay in Western Kenya, was just around qualitative piloting. What are people's feedback? Do they seem to understand this? What do they tell us about this? Do they get frustrated at answering these questions? How long does it take? Those questions we were able to address through a first round. We're just completing a second round of more quantitative piloting in both Kenya and Uttar Pradesh in India. And there's a set of scope tests about the type of answers people give, and there's that. There's their own ratings of their confidence. There's enumerator ratings of their confidence. There are 6 or 7 tests that you would want to apply to any version of this survey question to be as sure as we need to be. This is perhaps something we can talk about more, but it's really important that we have that set list of criteria, because if we're just going to say good methods, we better make sure that we're doing this right again. Jen, did you want to do one more question or wrap up?
Yeah, we can do one. Do the last one.
Thank you very much. My name is Joy. I have a question. I'm trying to think through this with the background of my economics knowledge. I know that in refield preference, there is usually one of the biggest challenges of this method in terms of measuring how people value different services and goods is called the refield preference problem, whereby people will not refill their true preferences because of, let's say, the public goods. If you know that's going to be a public good and the joyrider problem, you can always undervalue because you know those who value it more, they'll get it done and you benefit. So that is one problem. The other thing you talked about was about the inability. You sort of like posed another problem saying that much as people value life so much, it doesn't reflect on their choices of transport and work. Because if you value it so much, maybe like a choice of transport and work may portray a much more kind of risk averse, that is, you don't want to die, so to say. But now I'm trying to marry that with what I know about choice, and there's always a budget constraint. And like this, Amartya Sen say that poverty is due to lack of choice. That is, if you're poor, you take what there is, whether you like it or not, because that's what poverty is. You have no choice. So there's a budget constraint and all this, which means that still the problem isn't solved. So the question is, these are the new method that you're trying to propose. How does it overcome these two challenges whereby choice fails because of budget constraints and poverty, and also the refill preference problem because of the public goods and the joyrider problem? Thank you.
Joy, thank you for that question. I think particularly thank you for pointing to the ways that these are such classic theoretical economics questions. There's an awful lot of people who've gone through more years of economics schooling than I have, although thankfully we have a wonderful team alongside, including Alex Bonagent and Caleb Lassine and Imam Oelmush, who are brilliant economists in their own right. These questions cannot be... I'm afraid I can't give you a single answer to this. Essentially what you do with these methods is you are brainstorming all of these constraints and you're thinking, okay, how do we defend against that one and that one and that one and that one, and you do it quite separately. To give one example, I'm not sure if this is how you can implement it in a study, but on a transport choices. The difference between a matatu and a boda is a different price. If people have very little money, that matters to them. That's fine, that's what we want to ask about. But then, what about weather or comfort or all these other things people might care about? What about the time it takes? If there are different prices and different amounts of time, we need to control for that somehow. If they run to different schedules, if they go from different places, if there's different levels of safety, or like, we want to do safety, but maybe there's also different levels of like personal security between those two. There's all these things that you need to carefully work through. It's a very detailed job. I think that we can certainly get to the standards that we have been employing to make these decisions in the United States and Europe without claiming perfection here, and that the field would be much healthier with a few more of these studies and actually not just studies, but routine ongoing collection in this work. Folks, thank you so much. I would love to talk about this more. Please find me over the next couple of days.
Round of applause. Thank you. So we'll have our next speaker. Woo Jin Yang is Assistant Professor, School of Social Work, Global Health Institute at Rutgers University, and the presentation will be on contextualized poverty, targeting through multimodal spatial data and machine learning in Brazzaville, Congo.
Hi everyone, I'm Woo Jin Jung at the School of Social Work at Rutgers University. Today I'm going to talk about how to use traditional targeting method combined with spatial features and machine learning to target urban poverty in urban areas, particularly using the case of Congo Brazzaville. So government recently aimed to deliver benefits to poor households in response to economic shocks like COVID-19. And delivering these benefits at scale and rapidly can lift millions of people out of poverty. However, this targeting or selecting beneficiary is challenging in environment with high poverty and low administrative capacity. So recently in literature, there has been interest in using AI, ML, and new data sources to identify vulnerable households. However, there are three main gaps that this project intends to fill. The first gap is that most of these studies focus on large geographic areas like global, regional, like Africa, or country level, rather than small geographic communities or household level. However, a lot of aid decisions are made locally, which is why we need more contextualized poverty measure. And particularly in urban areas, poor and wealthy households live in close proximity, which makes targeting a lot more challenging. And the second difficulty is that much of these studies focus on relatively data-rich environment where there are nationally representative geo-referenced surveys like Living Standard Measurement Survey and Demographic and Health Survey. It means that countries that do not have this kind of existing data are left out, like Congo Brazzaville. Lastly, there has been a lot of, maybe these targeting methods, the performance of these targeting methods varies depending on what kind of wealth metrics we use. We know some studies that examine performance of targeting in terms of consumptions and asset measures, but not much is known for multidimensional poverty index. So my study fills this gap. The question in this study is, in data deficient area without existing survey, how can we use existing targeting method combined with new spatial features to identify multidimensionally poor households, particularly in urban settings? So this study develops machine learning-based targeting, and it compares its performance with existing targeting methods like Proximins test, where we give scores to households based on their housing and assets. And we also compare this method with community-based targeting, where local leaders or surveyors classify and determine who's poor. So I just want to give this illustrative example. A family who just moved to the outskirts of Brazzaville, and they have this tint roof house, and they own a car to transport the children's grandfather. Based on this kind of factors, they may indicate high PMT scores using assets and housing scores. But, in fact, these parents are seasonally employed or informally employed, and then they have to take care of 3 kids with, disabled elderly. And then, they moved regionally to the area, so the community does not know their situation very well. So maybe CBT may not flag them as poor. And also simultaneously, they have to move or travel far away, long distance, to go to school or clinic, to go to a place of worship. And they live in this informal settlement, crowded. So, but then these kind of geographic features are not captured by traditional targeting methods, and there is no systematic way of doing it in current measure. So there comes this benefit of new spatial features. So we can use building footprints to measure density of houses, or we can use point of interest data to measure distance to schools or clinics. So I want to share the result of the study. So in this study, we used various sets of features. So we start from baseline feature that incorporates traditional, indicators like family size or PMT score. And then we extended this model to incorporate access to infrastructure and services or building footprints. And then we further step up this model to incorporate Twitter features like what people talk about from tweets. And then for the full feature model, we also incorporated daytime satellite imagery, nighttime luminosity. And then we also include mobile network data like internet speed data. And for all of these features, we applied 6 different highly performing algorithms. So they include regularized regressions like Ritz regression or ElasticNet. We also looked at multi-layer perceptron, which is a type of neural network. And we look at SVR as well as ensemble models like BART and extreme boosting. So these are prediction performance of these models. So the top ML models explains about 70% of variance in multidimensional poverty across households. So what was interesting was that for baseline features, there are only like 2 features. So there is not much difference across algorithms. It's not unexpected. But if features got complicated, like full feature, if feature get complicated, models like XGBoost or multi-layer perceptron outperform other models. And what I found interesting was that XGBoost consistently worked well across features, while multi-layer perceptron shows the highest predictive performance, but then it shows some variance. It works well for mid-range of features. So the features that not like too many features, but maybe mid number of features. And then this map shows how well our machine learning models perform. Look at these dark dots here. These dark dots indicates the most poorest households. And you see these dark dots in the ground truth map also appeared in our prediction maps. It means that our predicted ML models can capture and identify the most vulnerable households. And as we added a lot of new spatial features, we looked at feature importance of each model, each feature. And we found out that access to education or places of worship, so all the accessibility to services and infrastructure features are important. And then also access to the nearest tweet was one of the important features. So we also looked at targeting performance. So beyond the prediction accuracy, we looked at whether our models miss truly vulnerable households, or are they including non-poor households. So as you see here, our machine learning based targeting shows the lowest targeting error, which is around 7 to 8%. And the PMT, it's a lot lower than PMT-based targeting errors, which is about 24%. And then, CBT was very high, 50%. It means that our targeting is half of the time CBT-based targeting was wrong, right? So the MLT reduced targeting error by 68%, or a 60.6 percentage point improvement compared to targeting solely by PMT, proxy means testing. We also look at policy simulation. Oh. It's not. It's not. No, it's just. All right. So our machine learning based targeting also, it's very exciting that it has policy implication. So it could reduce the poverty incidence or the number of poor people by 28% here. So it's outperforming poverty reduction impacts of PMT or the targeting approach that combines traditional targeting methods. So this 28% is improvement of about 27.8% improvement from over this 22% of traditional methods. What's even more exciting is that our method not only improve poverty incidence, but also improve poverty gap and poverty severity. These are two notoriously difficult to move measures, but they have ideal axiomatic property of poverty index. So as you see here, our MLT reduce poverty gap and poverty severity very close to hypothetically perfect poverty reduction. So it's very close to perfect poverty reduction in poverty gap and severity. And then we also, one very intriguing finding is that the best model based on ML prediction does not always translate it into best targeting outcomes. So this graph shows the distribution of ground truth wealth in blue. As you see here, and then we compare this ground truth wealth distribution with wealth distribution by our machine learning model. And the highest performing model was parsimonious multi-layer perceptron model, which is in green. But this green line underestimate ground truth poverty in blue, right? But then the XGBoost model with full feature are close to this ground truth model. So this means that we shouldn't stop at just talking about prediction of machine learning based predictive performance, but we also have to go into policy simulation. So just briefly, I want to introduce which data I used. So I used Lisungi Social Safety Net project from Congo, and we geo-referenced 651 households registered in COVID-19 Emergency Allowance Program in 2021. And we also used household demographic information, as well as PMT score and CBT classification from the Lisungi database. And as I said, there was no ground truth poverty measure in Congo, Brazzaville. So we built our ground truth measure. So based on the demographic information, we constructed multidimensional poverty index. And there are 3 dimensions we incorporated, which include employment, social vulnerability, and living standard measure. We gave equal weights to each of these dimensions, and they are composed of different subdimensions. And on the top of our Lisungi system, we combined these geospatial features in order to estimate poverty at very high resolution, fine grain level. We need to use data that are widely available. So we use point of interest data from crowdsourced map and satellite imagery, Twitter data like Twitter count or topic weights, as well as connectivity metrics such as internet and mobile speed test data. changing. It changes here, but not there. Sorry. Okay, just let it prep on. Okay. All right. So maybe. Oh, okay. So we can. Okay, so maybe I can just wrap up. Okay. All right. Yeah. So there are a few more slides in terms of data and methodology, but unfortunately, presentation doesn't seem to work. So just to conclude, our ML machine learning based targeting techniques were effectively identify multidimensionally poor households in urban areas. And there are two main pathways to achieve these outcomes. One, we added geospatial features that are high resolution. And then we combine existing targeting methods with geo features. And when we combine these two, we use various ML algorithms to integrate this information efficiently. And then I think this results show promise, because when we consider this very severe data limitation in terms of geographic scale in small area, as well as small sample size. All right, and with this promising result, we hope that this method, this data augmented MLT, machine learning based targeting, have potential to design social welfare programs in larger areas with greater geospatial variation. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take questions. There's one at the back.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Quite interesting to see that we can use machine learning for targeting. I would just like to know how might machine learning be integrated in community-driven development programs where targeting is often imprecise without undermining local ownership. Thank you.
You can take those two and then respond.
Hi, my name is Constantine. Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. I was just curious about incorporating the tweet data. So you gave the example there, I think it was in Congo, Brazzaville. And I just wanted to know how dispersed that was across space. Because, ideally what you're doing is you're mapping a lot of the households. If there's very little variation geographically, then you're just mapping many more households to particular nearest tweets, right? And so I wanted to know how difficult that was and how it could be replicated in places where you don't have as much geographical dispersions in tweets.
Do you want to take those two first, or we take the last one? Or you want to answer? Okay, we'll take you after she responded.
Thank you so much for these wonderful questions. So the first question, I believe, is how I can incorporate community-based targeting into machine learning, right? So in that case, in our particular case, adding CBT to our machine learning model wasn't very helpful, interestingly. So yeah, I guess that's maybe particular application or outcome in our current study in Congo. But in another study that I'm doing in Zambia, I ask local people to come up with poverty relevant features in their community. So they say pothole in the roads, or garbages, not having lights, or not having nearby clinics. So I incorporate what they say as important. So I incorporate community-informed spatial features into our model, and those specific features that community identified are much powerful in predicting poverty than just using any features that we can find. And then another question about how we incorporate Twitter. So there are a lot of different ways to generate Twitter features. One is to measure the nearest distance from household to tweets, and which it can give variation across households. But then it can be very noisy, right? And in small area, there may be a problem. So in that case, we can create buffer within, say, 1 kilometer buffer, walkability, using walkability concept, and we can count number of tweets within that buffer. Or we can also, look at topic weights, like what people usually talk about in that area. So yeah, there are multiple ways to measure Twitter features.
There's one question at the back. Yeah.
Sorry about that. This is James from the Kenya Medical Research Institute, KEMRI. Question to you, Prof. What data assumptions did you make behind your model, the model that you used in Congo or Brazzaville? And is that those assumptions, can they hold if we take them to another context? And finally, how did those assumptions affect the estimators in your final XBoost and the what do you call it, MLT? Thank you.
Should we take more? Yeah, we didn't particularly incorporate the behavioral models here, but in terms of targeting, we always have to think about possibility of manipulation, right? That's why PMT formula is unknown, because people can manipulate, their assets and this criteria. But then also there is a concern about non-transparency. Like in machine learning model, we don't know how predictions are made, and people maybe not accept these new targeting methods if they are unclear about how decisions are made. So in our model, I think it's important to important to leverage community inputs, and also discuss our model with community so that we can legitimize the process of targeting. And then that way people can maybe buy out more easily with this new policy change. So uptake of policy change can be increased by more transparent communication of this new method.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Round of applause for her. So now we'll go to our last but not least presenter. Patrick Foster is a director of the CREM Meta Research Team at Busara. He will present on From Research to Action, Lessons from the Replication Crisis for Improving Africa's Evidence Ecosystem.
Hey everyone. As mentioned, I'm both a director at a nonprofit and a former research psychologist. Both of those will be relevant for this talk, and I will be slagging on both nonprofits and psychology. So just to let you know, I'm slagging on myself. Also, I should mention that this talk is as much a talk as a provocation. So I'm not coming in here with answers. I'm coming here with some potential problems that I think perhaps our community could think about. So to motivate the talk a bit, I'd like to discuss two separate examples from these two worlds, the nonprofit world and research psychology, my former discipline. The first is an impact evaluation from a nonprofit that was doing anti-poverty programming. This impact evaluation kind of caught fire. You can see this is a news report based on the impact evaluation. The news report is saying, hey, we found that if you give homeless people cash, they spend it on housing. So that's what the news report says. What happens if you actually look at the impact evaluation? What do you find? Well, the impact evaluation doesn't look quite as solid as the news report suggests. For one thing, the researchers pre-specified some outcomes when they were going to run their impact evaluation, and they didn't find positive results on any of them. For another thing, they collected some other measures, including the one that was mentioned in the news report, and they just happened to find positive results on those other measures. So it looks like maybe they did some switching. Finally, there was a huge problem of attrition in this impact evaluation, which raises some concerns about selection bias. In other words, we have a news report that looks really solid, but if you look at the results of the impact evaluation, it doesn't look quite as solid. Taking a step back though, these are nonprofit researchers like me, and a positive result on this impact evaluation is really good for the nonprofit. Really, if your livelihood depends on having a positive impact evaluation, perhaps being able to secure more funding, who could blame the researchers? I mean, maybe that's not something that you would do, maybe it's not something that I would do, but it's at least understandable. So going to the second example, this is from my former world, psychology. There's a researcher named Brian Wansink, who is very famous for doing research on food. He promoted this idea that subtle cues in the environment have a big influence on your food choices and how much you choose to eat. And his big idea was that we could explain a lot of obesity and bad food patterns just by looking at these subtle cues. Brian Wansink had a particular talent for doing very splashy, kind of eye-catching research. One of his famous studies involved creating literally a bottomless soup bowl. It's a soup bowl that refilled itself. And what he was trying to show was that if you just make a soup bowl that continues to refill itself, people will continue to eat and eat and eat and eat. He called this problem mindless eating and even wrote a book about it. He was a very famous researcher funded by, in the US, the US Department of Agriculture. He advised many august bodies. This guy was a big deal. What happens if you take a close look at, say, this bottomless soup bowl study? What do you find? Well, a group of researchers did this. In fact, they looked not only at the soup bowl study, but at many other studies of Brian Wansink's. And they found, some problems. The problems were so severe that Brian Wansink lost his job. They even got access to his emails where they found out that Brian Wansink was talking about making, some adjustments to the data to make them go virally big time. In other words, if you took a close look at at his research, you found that it was not as solid as it seemed to be. So, taking a step back at these different examples, you could ask the question, it seems like these problems are at least structurally similar. You have research that seems to say one thing if you're looking from a distance, and another if you're looking at it up close. So my question and the question of my colleague who is in the audience, Ben McNamee, by the way, any problems with the presentation are his responsibility. Anything good about it is my responsibility. I'm up here speaking after all. But we wanted to ask the question, is there more than a superficial similarity between these two worlds? We saw examples like the ones that I gave you, and we wanted to know, could we perhaps gain a better understanding by comparing these two worlds? So for the rest of the talk, I'm just going to take you through our process. I'm going to take you through a very abbreviated history of what's called the replication crisis or credibility crisis. That example of Brian Wansink, that's an incident that happened during this period of questioning about the credibility of psychology research. I'll then give a very abbreviated history of impact evaluation, specially selected to show some possible similarities. I'll compare the two and then ask the question, well, given what we've learned, or maybe we've learned, you can tell me, is there anything that we should do as a community? So what I'm showing you here is a very stylized version of the model of science that psychology runs by. Psychology is very affected by null hypothesis significance testing. In this model of science, you generate a hypothesis from a theory, design a study, collect some data, analyze it, interpret the results, share it, and if you've learned something through that process, maybe adjust your theory. And an important aspect of this model, of course, is that being wrong is integral to the model. If you're not wrong through this process, then you don't find anything in your theory that needs adjustment. So this is key, actually. In this model of science, you have to be wrong sometimes, otherwise you're not learning. The problem is that we know from, people just being in the field, but also actual surveys of just counting the times that people are wrong in psychology, that psychologists seem to be pretty accurate, it seems, with their predictions. So I'm showing you the results from a survey of a variety of fields so that you can get a comparative perspective. These different fields vary a lot in how often people are wrong. This is just literally counting in the study. How often was the initial hypothesis supported or not? So it's pretty simple. And psychology seems to be among the most accurate of these fields. People are wrong only about 92% of the time. There's a famous paper from a psychologist named Paul Meehl, who even described this phenomenon back in 1978. You can go back earlier, actually. He has this quote that I find quite interesting about how psychology works. Let me go back. And he said that psychology seems to lack a cumulative character. People are not learning. When you look at hypotheses that people put out, they're always corroborated or they're never really proven wrong. People just forget about them and move on. Things really came to a head when I was in graduate school. So I received a paper in my inbox in my second year of graduate school. I was just learning research methods in psychology. This paper was called Fueling the Future. And it was purporting to show evidence that people could literally feel in advance what was going to happen a few seconds later. What was also interesting about this paper was the author. The author was someone I read about in my textbooks, Daryl Bem. I think he's still talked about in the textbooks. And it was in the top journal of my subfield. This is social psychology. This little meme, that was me, but also was like everybody else I talked to about this paper at the time, because it's purporting to show something that is impossible. People can see into the future, at least according to our understanding of physics. So the way I think about this paper now is that either it was the case that everything we knew about physics was wrong, or it was the case that everything about how we knew how to do psychology was wrong. And it was probably the second possibility, not the first. This was the event that really kick-started what I've called the replication crisis or credibility crisis in psychology. Things really got going though with this particular study that I'm showing you now. This was a large consortium of psychologists who were very concerned about, the BEM paper. I mentioned some examples of like high-profile scandals like Brian Wansink. So what they wanted to do was just take a set of studies in psychology and just do them again and see how often you got the same results. So 97% of the studies in the 100 that they did again had positive results, but only 36% of them actually got positive results again when they did the study again. So going back to this stylized version of science that I mentioned, I mentioned and I emphasized this model only works if you're wrong some of the time. Clearly, something was not working with the stylized model of science. And so the replication crisis has consisted of trying to figure out what has gone wrong. And it turns out that in many different areas of the stylized version of science, it's possible to cheat a little bit. You might not be making up your results, but I don't know. Maybe you see your results and then you construct a hypothesis around them. Or maybe you slice and dice your data until you get the results that you like, and those are the results that you present. Or maybe you only talk about your successes and not your failures. Combined, these can give the appearance of being right and being a good scientist. But the problem is that if you do not disclose that you're doing all of this, then you're not learning. You're not being wrong. You're not revising your theories. I just gave you some examples of things that you can do to cheat a little bit. But why would researchers do this in the first place? I'm going to give 3 characteristics or patterns that were prevalent in psychology at the time. One is common to all of academic science, and that's this culture of publish or perish. People are judged on the publications that they have. That creates a competitive environment. It makes publication decisions high stakes. And maybe it leads people to, cut a few corners in order to get that publication. However, publish or perish is common across all of academic science. There are some things that I think are particular to psychology that made it, have a special problem with these issues. One is this cozy relationship that psychology has had with the media. I mentioned this researcher, Brian Wansink, who won fame and fortune from having very buzzy studies. He's not the only one. I could have drawn on many different examples, including a recent one, Francesca Gino. Point being, psychology has historically had a very close relationship with the media, but unfortunately that can create an incentive to make your results look flashy, newsworthy, exciting. And a third issue in psychology is what I'm calling rhetorical rigor. This is methods that you use to give the appearance of doing something sciencey, quantitative, rigorous, but they're more rhetorical devices than they are ways to actually raise the standards of rigor. There are plenty of psychology studies that use very complex statistical methods that do not need to. So what we're seeing here is a set of misaligned incentives. What is necessary to succeed in psychology is not quite the same as what is necessary to achieve truth. Okay, so much for psychology. To give a very abbreviated version of the history of impact evaluation. Impact evaluation as a field was highly influenced by Lyndon Johnson's War on Poverty, which created a strong demand for anti-poverty programming. This combined with a movement called New Public Management, which had a strong emphasis on results-based accountability and decentralization. What happened in the United States was that a lot of government programming got outsourced to nonprofits, who were then kept under control through results-based accountability. This trend towards commissioning nonprofits to do research that was then controlled through some sort of evaluation has made its way into development too. Just to emphasize, this is not necessarily a bad thing. Evaluations are, of course, can be rigorous. What I just want to emphasize here is the role the nonprofit is playing in doing research on behalf of the funder. Unfortunately, though, as we've seen, nonprofits do not always act in ways that maximize the rigor of these evaluations. And there are several reasons why they might not. I'm a nonprofit director, I feel these pressures myself. One is what's called the starvation cycle. So funders squeeze overheads in order to maximize efficiency, but those overheads might be necessary to do rigorous research. Or another idea is sales over science. Sometimes evaluations are used as a way to generate funds. I felt that pressure myself, but that can compromise their value for learning. And another is the fact that some methods are really prioritized over others because they give the appearance of rigor, the RCT being a big offender of this. The problem that I see and that my colleagues sees in the nonprofit world is that whereas in a functional market, there's a business that's selling goods and services to a consumer who then buys things and provides feedback through their purchasing decisions. The nonprofit market is not like that. There's a funder that gives money to a nonprofit who generates evidence for the funder. But the consumer or beneficiary receives the goods and services and does not have a way to give feedback back to the funder. What this results in is a set of three incentives that are not aligned. There's an incentives problem. And that can make the market fail. So I want to go through quickly some of the parallels that I see in these two sectors. One is these dynamics that I mentioned, these characteristics, publish or perish, that creates a competitive environment similar to the starvation cycle. Or in psychology, it had this special relationship with the media. Impact evaluation has this idea that some impact evaluations need to serve a sales function in order for the nonprofit to continue existing. And finally, there's this problem that some methods are used more as rhetorical devices than as ways to increase rigor. Secondly, there's this problem of skewed incentives. In psychology, what's necessary for success is not necessarily the same as what's necessary for truth. In impact evaluation, you have these three sets of actors that all have slightly different incentives. Maybe the problems in psychology in the impact evaluation ecosystem are similar. Not exactly the same, but similar in structure. This is going to be the shortest section because the answer to what we should do is I'm not sure. But maybe, just maybe, impact evaluation needs a crisis. A crisis can be a way to mobilize people, to search for collective solutions. This is what's happened in psychology. Psychology did indeed declare a crisis and looked for those solutions. That consisted of developing methods to address some of these problems that occur in the research cycle. And the good news is that this effort has been somewhat successful. I'm showing you a graph of, you can think of this as the level of problems that are present in research. And over time, since the replication crisis has been declared, those problems have been decreasing to about what we would expect based on the statistics. Change is possible. Collective action is possible. But we need to decide as a community that these are problems and that they are worth tackling. Thanks.
We'll take 3 questions. Questions? Wow. There's one at the back.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Eric from Solina Center for International Development and Research, Nigeria. So it's just a comment to add to what you've presented, right? So I see that the crisis on one hand is born from weighing what the outcome for a funder is and what the outcome for an implementer is. So you see a situation where during implementation, you are triggered by deliverables, right? Meaning you need to reach an expectation. On the other hand, you try to generate evidence from it. And in trying to do that, you want to meet up the funder's timeline, which are deadlines. So there is a very strong, antagonistic event happening between implementation and research. And that simply means meeting a deadline and trying to conduct research. And I've seen it happen a lot of times where a lot of good work end up not being put out there because the funding has ended. So when I see the crisis of trying to tweak data you mentioned about, what do you expect when the funding has ended and everybody needs to go home, but the research needs to still continue for a few months or probably a year because there are certain kind of events that need to be studied further? That research is cut short because the funders are interested in the performance of the implementation, which is outcome, whereas the impact cannot be determined at the point in time. So I just think that this is good we are discussing this right now because a lot of people need to now begin to talk to funders to create, use research as a way of developing their implementation, as well as if you need to do research in your implementation, you need to build it as part of what you want to achieve at the end of the project. Thank you.
Anyone else? There's a question, there's a hand there. The lady.
Hi, Patrick. You really opened up a lot of important questions, not a whole lot of answers. But part of the challenge is it's just simply not profitable to not have a positive outcome on your research. If you have a negative outcome, you can't get it published, you don't get funding. So how can we create the larger evidence ecosystem to give benefits to those people who are actually learning from their mistakes and have, I don't know, journals of negative research studies or somehow make it more profitable or a positive outcome for being able to talk about not only what didn't work, but maybe why, why it didn't work, and have funders more interested in that learning process as the outcome as opposed to whether you got a positive outcome or not.
One more.
I can take these too.
Okay.
So for the first comment, I've been in that situation, and the choice that I've faced is I can cut the research short, or I can try to borrow the money from elsewhere, basically borrow the money from a different project where we're making more of a profit. It's not a nice choice to make. I would personally say that the dynamic that you're describing, that's what I was trying to convey by the starvation cycle. Nonprofits are squeezed by certain rules and certain funder mandates, including caps on overheads, for example. But that money is necessary to do the work, and it has to come from somewhere. And often, what happens is the quality of the work suffers. That's not a nice place to be. And on top of that, those overheads or that extra money, that's money that we would all like to use in order to invest in our operations so that we can get out of the cycle. That's what's meant by the starvation cycle. I don't have an easy answer to that, but I can just speak to what we do as a team. We're very selective about choosing those projects where there are these caps, because they have some real costs. Now, as to the second question, the initiative that I think has the best track record in psychology is a publication format called registered reports. What this is that you submit a protocol to a journal before doing any data collection. That protocol is what's evaluated by the reviewers. They say, we like it, or make these changes, or we hate it. Then, if you've gotten the protocol to a sufficiently high standard, you get what's called stage 1 acceptance. We like the protocol. We like the idea of the project. Then you go out and actually collect the data. You write up the paper, you turn it in, and as long as you followed your protocol, the journal gives you your acceptance. So this this guarantees, actually, as long as the journal is following up on their end of the bargain, that publication is not dependent on whether the results are positive. There's some promising evidence that this format, registered reports, not only leads to high quality evidence, but it also does what it's supposed to. It lowers the number of mistakes that you're making where you're saying that there's a result, but there's not.
One more.
So thank you so much, Patrick. I just wanted to speak to the idea of giving feedback to beneficiaries. So as part of my other work in Tanzania, through the Impact Evaluation Lab at Tanzania's Economic and Social Research Foundation, we have been piloting an idea to provide feedback to beneficiaries of our research. So in particular, George Temba, one of my colleagues there who isn't around, is leading work to dramatize results from RCTs. And Ted and others at SIGA as well, and George is going to be an incoming SIGA fellow at Berkeley this coming fall. But in any case, I think there's still a lot of things and creativity we can use in that space. What we find is that it's not that difficult to actually provide this feedback to beneficiaries, exactly if you've made sure that you've budgeted for it at the beginning when you're asking for this grant. And so rather than inviting the beneficiaries to a big room like this, give them a bunch of pamphlets and give them a bunch of presentations, we decided to go back to those communities, hire theater people to dramatize the results of that research directly to the community. That's not exactly getting feedback from them, but it's one, I think, productive step in that right direction. And I'm happy to talk to anybody who'd be interested to learn more.
Yeah, that's really great. So Tom Wayne, who was speaking before, has made the point to me that if we're doing research with intended beneficiaries, the least we owe them is feedback about the results. I think that's very consistent with your comments. Perhaps some of the strategies we could consider if we are agreed that there's a problem with impact evaluation are things like that, building in ways to collect that feedback, or co-design workshops, or other ways to involve beneficiaries in the process. I'm not sure that would solve all the problems, but it would be a good start. It would be good as a community to have those kinds of standards.
Thank you so much. Round of applause. We'll break for coffee and the poster session, which has been sponsored by Busara and SIGA. We'll be back at 4:10, here in the other room, depending. Thank you.
Mamacita, qué bonita. Mamacita. Mamacita, 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 mamacita, qué bonita.
It's Kelpie Ain't nobody
Hello? It would be good for us to settle. We start. We have quite a number to get through, so. Okay, so let's start off. We'll have a first, we're now in a session on evidence on health. We'll have the first presentation by Noella Ringo, who's a research fellow at the Economic and Social Research Foundation, and she'll make a presentation on the effects of empathy and future orientation on COVID-19 vaccination, evidence from a randomized placebo-controlled experiment in Tanzania. Welcome.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
I'll be presenting our work on the effects of empathy and future orientation on COVID-19 vaccination. And this paper is a collaboration of different researchers from institutions such as National Institute for Medical Research, together with colleagues from the Social Institute University, without forgetting researchers at the Economic and Social Research Foundation. So we have Konstantin Manda, Said Rashid, Dr. Range, Johnson. Also we have Danford, Zakayo, Christina File, Annelisa, and Dr. Kilale. It's so good to acknowledge all these people because they had this big contribution in this paper. And I'll begin by introducing our project. So as we all remember or recall, 5 years ago, the world faced the biggest threat of COVID-19. and it really led to multiple deaths. Millions of lives were lost. But despite having that, we also faced economic impacts, such as long-lasting effects in income inequality, human capital, that we are also facing until now, post-COVID. We still see the effects that COVID left as in the process of it impacting most of the countries and the economies. And so the biggest challenge was vaccine hesitancy, because after a while, vaccine came out for COVID-19, but then most countries, especially in sub-Saharan Africa, such as my country, Tanzania, and DRC Congo, had a really high vaccine hesitancy. So we all know that the best solution to solve the vaccine hesitancy, or maybe get away from COVID-19, was to have vaccination. And since it was the key to vaccination, our study came up to try to nudge people in order to get vaccination and remove or reduce the vaccine hesitancy that was being faced, especially in our country, Tanzania. So vaccination was the key to achieve a herd immunity and ending the pandemic. And so for the context of Tanzania, which this paper is based on, at first the previous government that was before the current government that is currently leading us had adopted all the global COVID-19 mitigation measures. This was in 2020. And the government later on was in denial about the existence of these effects of COVID-19, because as we all know, most countries like in sub-Saharan Africa cannot afford to keep their people locked down and not going to work without getting an income, because most of the people are living below the average income level. So yeah, the president decided to come out and provide information that would make people confident to go out, and also encourage people not to wear masks, and tell them COVID is normal and people can go on with their own lives. So this became challenging, but however, there are some people who are elites and were educated and saw this as a threat. So not everyone was going outside and working as usual, but some of them remained outside. You'll see in the next slide showing evidence on how people responded to all these COVID-19 effects and the information that was given by the authorities. And in the early 2001, the former president began to discourage wearing of masks and vaccines. But unfortunately, in March 17, 2021, our former president died and was succeeded by the current president, President Samia Suluhu, who revised all the previous COVID-19 policies. And so, as you see at the photo on the screen, our president decided to come out and get a vaccination in public so that it could encourage people who are against COVID to get vaccinated. And this also encouraged people to go out and trust the vaccine, at least because they are seeing their national leader is getting vaccinated publicly. And also she used different measures to encourage people to get vaccination, such as using country influential people to convince people to get vaccinated. And this is evidence that shows how people reacted or were more convinced on either to mobily stay at home or move from one place to another. There's a graph that comes after the photo that shows the mobility of Tanzanians. This is proof showing that not all Tanzanians were, they were not educated or they did not know about the effects of COVID-19. So on the 11th of March 2020, that is when WHO pronounced that COVID-19 was a threat in the world. And we can see from the graph that most people, the mobility of people started to decline. People did not want to go to open spaces like retail and recreation areas, or open spaces or crowded places like markets. So they started to stay at home at least. And on the 16th of March, 2020, that is when the first case of COVID-19 victim was also pronounced nationally in Tanzania. So people started to stay at home more as compared to visiting to these social places. And on 31st of March, that is when we got or received information on the first death case on COVID-19. So that is when we see most people stayed at home more. Like this graph up here is showing how much people stayed at home and less went to these crowded areas such as rental areas, parks, recreational areas, but rather stayed in residential areas. So this is a proof showing that most Tanzanians were also aware of what COVID-19 effects were. So this is telling us what I have been explaining on the previous graph. So for us, as the researchers, we came and decided to test the cost-effectiveness behavior nudge treatment to encourage COVID-19 vaccination in Tanzania. And we saw in different researches that were done that how much you can use the information nudges or behavior nudges to make people comply to what you're trying to tell them. And here we wanted to see what was the key message that would be taken out to people and would convince them to get vaccinated. One of them was a recent research that was done that showed that empathy towards vaccine hesitance, individuals can increase intentions to vaccinate, but also there are other papers that have shown that prioritizing future well-being would make people less hesitant and more likely to get vaccinated. So for us, in our research project, we decided to design a simple information intervention that aimed at reducing COVID-19 vaccine hesitancy and expanding vaccination rates. So at first we had 4 treatment arms, or wanted to go ahead and send messages that had 4 different informations. One being safety. The message could contain information saying about the safety of the vaccine. And the other message maybe would be on saying the estimate of the death rates, that being telling people how dangerous COVID-19 is. And the other treatment was on empathy, showing people how much, if they care for others, then they get vaccinated. And lastly, we had on future or long-term health impacts, showing people how much COVID-19 has long-lasting effects on people. But because we had the health researchers collaborating with us, they told us that they had done a simple or a small research on testing the 2 treatments on safety and danger on people living with HIV, and they saw that they did not have a large effect, rather empathy and future. So in the end, they encourage us to use empathy and future in our study to focus on those 2 treatments so that later on we could measure which one is best to convince people to get vaccinated. So in the end, we just use altruism for others and COVID-19 health impacts as messages to be shared to our treatment groups. And our research question was whether SMS messages intervention will increase self-reported intent to vaccinate and self-reported vaccination status. Also, if the SMS intervention will increase trust in COVID-19 vaccination, and whether it will increase compliance with COVID-19 prevention measures such as wearing of masks and social distancing and also sanitization. And we use randomized control trial to evaluate the SMS campaign targeting mobile phone subscribers. And in the end, we did phone call survey. And we also used Ipsos database. This is an institution, Ipsos, also based in Tanzania, where they have a data set or a sample of people that are being asked or surveyed on and on. And we had a nationally representative sample of adult Tanzanians who have already granted consent to be contacted by research team. And so Ipsos provided us a sample that was a nationally representative, and it also had baseline information of these individuals. So what we had to do was the intervention and later on endline survey. And at first we were powered to get effect on 12,000 samples, but we saturated our sample with 17,000 respondents. And this is because people in Tanzania changed their numbers on and on. So we had to saturate our numbers so that in case people don't receive this message or don't pick up, then we still have that large sample size. So like how we predicted it, during the intervention, we reached only 13,000 individuals, respondents, and 65% of the respondents were the ones that received at least one SMS, because we were sharing SMSs to these people on the first, second, and third round. And so in this study, we decided to use the analysis sample of 2,378 individuals or respondents that recalled to receive these SMSs throughout all the 3 rounds where we're sharing the SMSs. And the ones that received empathy SMS and SMS that based on empathy were 13%, and future were 12%, and early forced marriage, which was the placebo group, were 18%. And this shows the research experimental design, where we had the national representative sample, and that is where the randomization took place on the big sample size that we had. And the treatment group, which was receiving the SMS based on empathy information, and the second treatment group on future, and the placebo group received early forced marriage message. And the messages read as the way we can see from the screen, and they were delivered in Kiswahili, because Kiswahili is our national language in Tanzania. So all these messages were delivered in Kiswahili with the link below. I will read just one SMS for the sake of time. On empathy, the ones that received the SMS say that the COVID-19 vaccine will enable you not to spread it to people who are at high risk of getting infected, such as elderly. So to get vaccinated, you visit the site. And this is the descriptive statistic of our sample. In a nutshell, we had almost half of the group being women and the rest were male, but also more than half of the sample were at least, they had primary education, and also more than half were married. And this is the balance test. It shows that there was balance between control and treatment group, except for urban areas, but we still had room for that. These were the results. So we saw that in the end, the treatment on vaccination. So having received empathy and future orientation had effects on intent to vaccinate one other household member. So you can see that this is above the 0, so it had a positive effect, having received empathy or self-orientation. And also, the ones that received empathy had a positive and significant effect on intent to vaccinate also one other household member, but also intent to vaccinate. And lastly, on future, there was also a positive and significant effect on those that received future messages on intent to vaccinate. And all these results that I have presented, I did not put trust because trust had a bigger effect. So if you place it together with this, these ones become more smaller. But both of them empathy and future had high positive significant effects on trust on vaccine. And it was higher for the ones that received future SMSs, saying about the future impact of COVID-19. And also we did heterogeneity by sex, urban, education, and age. I'll just present an interaction between empathy and urban, where we see that the people that lived in urban areas and received empathy message had a positive and significant effect on wearing, on social distancing. So the ones that were in urban areas, social distance as compared to those lived in rural areas. In conclusion, a simple SMS campaign is known to be cost effective, and we find modest positive impacts on intent to vaccinate for both individuals and members of their household. And we also find strong effects on vaccine trust and heterogeneity by age, education, and urban status. However, we do not find these strong effects in gender. And I would like to note that during the initial stage of our project on March 2022, the vaccine rates were below 10% in Tanzania, and we were very pessimistic that maybe people will not be vaccinated as we thought, but due to the death of the former president and the succession of the new president, then we saw with the work that she was doing, with the use of different famous people in the country, then the endline, the vaccination rates had increased about 40%. So we had to conclude, based on all this inclusion of politicians and the authorities on how they displayed or took upon COVID-19 matter at their hand and how they proclaimed it to people. Ours is the evidence of the powerful effects of the national level leaders, such as the president, to have positive or negative impacts on citizens' behavior. And this, on the next slide, we're going to see this is the share of people who completed the initial COVID-19 vaccination. So we can see in 2022, it was below 10%, but afterwards in 2023, when we were conducting endline, it was more than 40%. So policy implication, SMS reminders on empathy and future orientation can significantly improve vaccine trusts and intent to vaccinate. And it is a low cost, so it is cost effective, which can be scalable to other health behaviors. And also behavior nudge delivered through cost effective SMS campaign hold promising influence public behavior at scale, but also policymakers should invest in proactive misinformation and monitoring and response system to protect public health. This marks the end of my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We'll take 3 questions. There's one here. Then there's one at the back.
Thank you very much, our Madam Speaker. And I should congratulate you, first of all, for your beautiful, wonderful English. It doesn't sound Tanzania. I think we should clap for her. Thank you. Now, Tanzania has done well during the COVID years. But what I would like to understand, in Africa today, we have some resistance on vaccinations, especially when it comes to things like polio, HPV, and tetanus, which has been spread around Africa. So, in Tanzania, what is the response on from the general public when it comes to vaccination to the children and those who are vulnerable in these areas of polio, HPV, and tetanus? Because in other countries we find most of the drugs are being disposed due to expiry because of the resistance from the population. So how is Tanzania dealing with this? Sorry, I didn't introduce myself. My name is Joshua Adem.
The one at the back.
Okay, thank you very much for your nice presentation. My name is Mark Ambitho from Mobile for Good. My question basically goes towards actually the SMS solution. So around 2016, Mobile for Good was given the opportunity by MAMA, which is Mobile Alliance for Maternal Action, and the Johnson Foundation, which had actually designed SMS messages for pregnant women. And the research had come out that these SMSs were a very important aspect during the vaccination process of the newborn children. The messages were up to the time the kids are 3 years. We presented the proposal to the Ministry of Health, me personally, and the proposal was looked up and they say that these messages are accepted worldwide. And Professor Moth was the head of, Dr. Moth was the head of vaccination, actually accepted it. But unfortunately, this information, the government did not pick up the aspect of sending this information to pregnant women. So I really wanted to know, with the evidence-based research, that Mobile Alliance for Maternal Action and Johnson Foundation had already discovered that these messages are very important. But still the policy makers were not interested, despite the fact that SMSs in Kenya only is 1 shilling per SMS. So what is the mismatch that the policy makers, the research has come out that this information are very important for vaccination, but then the policy makers are not interested. What do you think will be the problem? Thank you.
You can take those two first.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll go ahead and respond to the first question from Joshua on how is the response of vaccines, especially for children. So it's interesting because compliance for vaccination for children is way higher. Like, we don't have a problem with that. Maybe because their children and mothers are being taken through from pregnancy, from maternal and all maternal health. Like, there we are good. But when it came to COVID-19, that people were supposed to take it when they're adults, that is where the problem came. So vaccination rates is very high for children, and the compliance as well, it is very high as compared to the vaccines that people are supposed to get them when they're adults. Yes. And to respond to the second question, like what is the problem? Why are policymakers not taking up the SMSs? I'm really not sure for Kenya, but in Tanzania, like that has been the modern way to communicate or to inform people, to nudge them in taking up things or informing them on what is happening. For example, recently there are projects that have been taking up on how to change the suggestion box, the physical suggestion box, to be an online thing or something that people can share it using their mobile phone. So like giving out their opinions on health issues digitally. So I feel like sending SMSs in Tanzania is something that is known to be good because the uptake of people is large, although I am not sure of if these institutions that send out these SMSs really go back and measure the effects of these SMSs to people. Like, do they get the result that they intend to get? But yeah, we can see people are well informed, and if they want to communicate something, then they use SMSs to communicate. And I did not mention one thing. In doing this project, we really wanted to get phone numbers from phone subscribers from the Tanzania Communication Regulatory Authority, but it was impossible. We worked very hard to get it, but in the end, the best option was to use Ipsos. So I agree with you, sometimes it becomes very difficult for policymakers or the government to accept the use of these SMSs for projects like the ones that we are doing, rather maybe for their benefits. If it's election, like that's the best example to give. Like they would really encourage and nudge people to go register for elections and all that because it benefits them. But for projects that we are trying to nudge people on vaccination and all that, they find it so contradictory, and it becomes a setback for researchers to get such approvals. I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
We can take a final question if we have. Great. Thank you. A round of applause for Nana. Now we'll go into the next presentation from Jonathan Izudi. He's a postdoctoral research scientist at APHRC. His presentation is on causal inference methodologies to access the effect of missed clinic visits on treatment success rates among people with tuberculosis in rural Uganda.
Yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity. And so this afternoon, I'll be talking about causal inference methodologies, and especially how this is applied in the TB world. I largely research TB and HIV. So the motivation for this study lingers around evidence synthesis, especially among policymakers and researchers, where randomized controlled trials do not apply, but then you need rigorous evidence that can inform decision making. As a result, my talk today is titled Causal Inference Methodologies to Assess the Effect of Missed Clinic Visits on Treatment Success Rate Among People with Tuberculosis in Rural Uganda. So basically, in typical epidemiology and public health and even economics, the most rigorous evidence comes from randomized controlled trials. Because we know randomization achieves comparability on both measured and unmeasured confounders. And so if individuals are the same at the beginning of the study, and then you're able to detect differences at the end of the study, then you're sure that those differences are as a result of the intervention that you have implemented. As a result, randomized controlled trials are regarded as the gold standard design to generate evidence for effectiveness. However, there are circumstances where randomized controlled trials cannot be used for several reasons. One is they can simply be very expensive to implement. And then second reason is that at times it is unethical to implement a randomized controlled trial. But also at times, randomized controlled trials are simply impractical, just like in our case. So policymakers and researchers then have to devise other approaches in order to generate evidence that can inform decision making. And here you will turn to some of the causal inference methodologies. Another important consideration that you need to bear in mind as you talk about randomized controlled trials that we rarely speak about is issues to do with post-randomization confounding, that we rarely talk about it, yet it exists in randomized controlled trials. But we also rarely talk about the strictness of the eligibility criteria for randomized controlled trials. And at times, this makes evidence from randomized controlled trials simply non-applicable or non-generalizable to the entire population. So leveraging real-world data is at times very important in generating evidence that tells us whether something works or does not work. So there are several causal inference methodologies that can allow you approximate a randomized control trial, that can allow you to emulate a randomized control trial or approximate evidence that can be generated from a randomized control trial. But these causal inference methodologies are rarely used, especially in TB space. So in this work, basically, we wanted to demonstrate the application of these different causal inference methodologies in order to generate evidence that can inform decision making. As a result, we conducted a parallel comparison of these methods in order to measure the effect of missed clinic visits among people with tuberculosis on their treatment outcomes. And in particular, we zeroed on tuberculosis treatment success rate, which is a measure of optimally performing TB control programs. For an optimal performing TB control program, we want a treatment success rate of about 90% or higher. Any program that performs below that performs suboptimally, and therefore is more likely to yield cases of tuberculosis that come out with drug resistance. So in terms of design, of course, we relied on observational data. So as a result, we used that data to construct a quasi-experimental study. And this is because you cannot run a randomized control trial for missed clinic visits. We know that missed clinic visits negatively impact on treatment outcomes. As a result, you can never do a randomized control trial for such. So the exposure here is having missed a clinic visit. It can be 1 visit, 2 visits, or more. And the outcome, of course, is treatment success rate and a number of covariates at the health facility level, patient and geographic factors. So the data source came from the TB registers, and we collected data across 10 TB clinics across rural eastern Uganda. These TB clinics, of course, operate according to the government of the Republic of Uganda labor laws. They run from Monday to Friday, 8 to 5 p.m., and they provide standardized care according to the National TB Control Program guidelines. And our study received ethical approval from relevant authorities. So the first causal inference methodology we applied is the instrumental variable analysis. And we know that for you to use this approach, you need an instrument which must be valid. And for this analysis, our instrument that we considered is the patient residence in the same sub-county as the TB clinic. So biologically, we know that where you reside cannot affect your treatment outcomes, but it can affect whether you can miss a clinic visit or not, because access is very important in determining whether you'll continue to use services or not. But we do also know that this potential instrumental variable does not influence other both measured and unmeasured confounders at the individual level. And so we think that this instrumental variable meets the criteria for instrumental variable analysis, which are denoted there. One, the instrument has to be correlated with the exposure of interest, but it should not be correlated with the outcome except through its effect on the exposure. And also it should not be correlated with both measured and unmeasured confounders. And statistically, we will test this and demonstrate that indeed this instrument was valid. The second causal inference methodology that we applied is called the doubly robust estimation approach, which gives you as an analyst or a policymaker 2 approaches to fit a correct regression equation model to allow you establish a cause-effect relationship. So you can fit an exposure regression model plus an outcome regression model. So the exposure regression model basically is a propensity score model, which is basically a function of your measured covariates against your exposure, which is missed clinics. And then you use that to weigh the sample using the inverse of the propensity score for the exposed group, and then 1 minus the propensity score for the unexposed group. By doing that, you create a pseudo population where the population is balanced on all the measured covariates. And once the population is balanced, you fit 2 other regression equation models, which allows you to predict the counterfactual. So the counterfactual will tell you what would have happened, for example, to the exposed group had they not been exposed, and vice versa for the unexposed group. And by doing that, you can be able to estimate unbiased causal effect if you combine the 2 approaches. Now, this is famously used, the propensity score analysis. In propensity scores, of course, you generate the propensity scores, which basically tells you the probability of being exposed, and in this case, the probability of missing a clinic visit. And these propensity scores basically is fitted as a function of the measured covariates. And once you generate propensity scores, you can use it in a number of ways. One way you can use it is you can basically use it for adjustment, and by just adjusting for that single measure, you can control all measured confounders. The second approach, of course, is you can use it for weighting. And in weighting, as I already mentioned, you can weight the exposed group using 1 over the propensity scores, and then the unexposed group using 1 over 1 minus the propensity scores. By doing that, you create a pseudo population where you expect the covariates to be balanced. And you can test this covariate balance using a number of measures. Statistically, you can use the standardized mean differences. If absolute standardized mean differences are less than 0.1, we expect that covariates are balanced. Or you can plot a histogram to show distribution of these covariates, and I'll show you that in a second. Another way you can do that is you can use the propensity scores to stratify your observation. So you can create strata. And it is recommended that you can create about 4 to 5 strata. And in this study, we created about 5 strata. And then the expectation is that within that strata, covariates are balanced. But this stratification performs poorly, and I'll show you that in a second. So once you have stratified your data, and then you can estimate causal effects in those different strata. And then you do a weighted average of those estimates to give you the causal effect for your population or sample. The last and commonly used is matching. Matching can be used to match exposed groups with unexposed groups that have similar propensity scores. And there are several approaches to matching, but in this case, we use the nearest neighbor caliper matching, and we took a caliper which is 20% of the standard deviation of the propensity scores. When you do matching, we expect that the matches can be very good, and then the exposed and the unexposed groups can be the same. Of course, there are other approaches to matching that we never explored. That is beyond the scope of this presentation. For example, full matching, optimal matching, cosine exact matching, and so on, that we can explore. So I'll walk you through the main results of these different causal inference methodologies. So, of course, the first thing we did is to do some data exploration to show how these covariates are distributed based on the exposure. And the exposure here, the instrument rather, is the residence in the same sub-county as the TB clinic. Now, you remember residence is our instrument. If the instrument is good, is relevant, we expect that there should be covariate distribution similarity. So there should be similarity in covariate distribution across the instrument. And as you can see, all the p-values are greater than 0.05, which is a conventional level of 5%, suggesting that these covariates are equally distributed. So there is no difference. And exactly this is what you'll expect when you're doing a randomized control trial. When you randomize, you expect that covariate distributions will be similar across the intervention and the control groups. And of course, another thing we expect is that there should be a strong correlation between the instrument and the exposure, and that we do it through F statistics. Conventionally, an F statistics greater than 10% tells you that that instrument is good, and our F statistics here is 22.4. But also, most importantly, there should be a strong relationship between the instrument and the exposure. And you see that is a very strong association with a p-value of less than 0.001. And of course, the instruments will not be correlated with the outcome. If you look at the treatment outcomes that we considered here, all the p-values are greater than 0.5, suggesting that this instrument is valid. So then we performed a two-stage least squares regression analysis to do causal effect estimation. And what you see here is that missed clinics negatively impact treatment success rate by reducing it by about 59% based on that odds ratio of 0.41. And this is statistically significant, and these results have been published and can be accessed through that paper. So how about the propensity score analysis? So for propensity score analysis, there is a lot of debate. And of course, the goal here is you are emulating a randomized trial, and you need to demonstrate that indeed the data set you analyze, you are able to mimic a randomized control trial. And you can do that by demonstrating covariate similarity across the exposed and the unexposed groups. And for our case here, if you look at the histograms which are to your right, you do see that the upper and lower histograms are basically different. And that is before propensity score matching. And we expected that the groups will be different because it was not a randomized trial. But you know, after doing matching, we are able to attain distributional similarity in these covariates. And once you do that, then you can now establish causal effect of an intervention. Another way to demonstrate this is you can do a jitter plot. And if you look at the middle section of the jitter plot, you see distribution of propensity scores which are similar in both the treated and the untreated units there, suggesting that the groups are now balanced, and so you can do causal effect estimation. So this is covariate balance distribution for propensity score stratification, and of course we broke the observation into four different strata, and these actually perform badly because you will never attain covariate distribution similarity in either of the strata. So for weighting, of course, when you weight the groups, you also expect to attain distributional similarity in the covariates. And if you look at this, you do see that after weighting, all the covariates had a standardized mean difference of less than 0.1, suggesting that they were balanced across the groups being compared. And so we can do causal effect estimation. So this is a summary of all the results. As you can see, based on each of the different causal inference methodologies, there is a convergence of results. Basically, what this means is that all the causal inference methodologies tells you that missed TB clinic visits impact negative treatment outcomes. So there is convergence of results. The point here for policymakers and researchers is that these approaches exist and they can allow you to generate rigorous evidence that can enable you make decisions if they are used adequately. So in terms of comparative effectiveness of these different approaches, as you did see that there is convergence of results, but there are some small differences in the causal effect estimates. And this is because each of these methodology makes a different assumption. If you're given a chance and if circumstances allow, the instrumental variable analysis performs much better and you could go for that. And that should be followed by a doubly robust estimation approaches because it prevents misspecification of models and gives you two options other than one to correctly estimate a causal effect. Propensity score analysis will be your last option in making a decision. Among the propensity score analysis options, propensity score weighting performs much better than the other approaches, and that should be followed by matching. Adjustment and stratification should be, I think, a no-go area based on our experience. The policy implications for our studies is simple. We did show that missing a clinic visit negatively impacts on treatment success rate. And so there should be interventions that should address missed clinic visits. For example, things like appointment reminders are very important for people with tuberculosis. It's to do with health education is very important because it can raise the self-efficacy of these individuals when they know the disadvantages of this. Multi-month dispensing is a growing area that we have been exploring for some time, and it is showing a promise in terms of improving treatment outcome. But also importantly, flexible clinic visits are very, very important because then it ensures that care is person-centered, and this aligns directly with the 2035 NDTB strategy. We are struggling to end TB by 2035, and we think this goal is attainable. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. 3 questions. Go to the back. Let's give opportunity to.
Thank you very much. My name is Ken Miawa. I'm from Nation Media Group. And my question is, on defaulting, if a person has gone through the treatment regime therapy for 3 consecutive times or 4, do you think medication can still work given the new form of treatment. Initially we had injection, and then now we have taking of the drugs orally. Thank you.
Lady, the question? Okay, then anyone else? At the back.
Okay, my name is Maureen Sharon Awino. I have a question, especially on HIV for children with neurodiversity. You find out like there are these children that they take epilepsy drugs, and at the same time they take HIV drugs, and this is a very concerned issue because some of them go to defaults, especially when they have epilepsy, and they don't have enough food to take the medicines because the two medicines are so strong to them, especially for the children. What can we do? It's not only for you, but for all of us that are in this conference. Which policy can we come out with to help these families that can't afford 2 or 3 meals in a day? Thank you.
You can take those two first.
Thank you so much for the questions. The first question is around taking medications for 3 to 4 months. Yeah, so in the TB space, the treatment is evolving much faster. TB used to be treated for over 12 months. This is TB that is not resistant. Currently, we have treatments that last for 4 to 6 months. And I think TB researchers are working much harder to ensure that we even bring this much down, maybe to 2 months or 1 month. So the basic point here is it's very important that once you are started on TB treatment, you must complete the entire 6 months duration of treatment. If you take treatment for about 3 to 4 months, your chances of relapsing with tuberculosis is high. And the bad thing here is when you relapse with tuberculosis, it is highly likely that you can get a drug-resistant TB, which now you need to treat for over 9 months to 12 months or even more. So as we get to the community, it's important that we tell them to finish the entire course of tuberculosis treatment. The beauty about TB is this: when you take TB drugs for just a week, you actually feel much better and much improved. But that doesn't mean that the TB is cured. You must complete the entire course of the treatment. The question about supporting families that do not have, that are food insecure, if I can turn the question that way, is really for all of us. But I think if you can have income generating activities, empower these individuals to have income generating activities will be very important. I know studies have shown that providing individuals with TB with food rations improves treatment outcomes, but this is not sustainable. Most governments cannot sustain this. Even given the shifts in funding and so on, these are not sustainable interventions. So we need to look at interventions that communities can sustain in order to improve their own health. Thank you.
We can take one final question if we have. Thank you so much, Jonathan, for your time. So we can move to the next one. Let me invite Emeble. He's a research fellow at the United Nations University World Institute for Development Economics Research. He will have a presentation on education returns to a public health insurance program, evidence from Rwanda. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, for giving me this opportunity to share the result on our ongoing project, where we are basically looking on the returns to education, educational returns to a public health insurance program in Rwanda. This is the project that I'm concurrently working with my colleague, Fazai Changwere from the University of Pretoria. So I want to give a little bit of background of public health insurance. So we know that the Sub-Saharan Africa, it's where we have large population of, without essential health services. More than 50% of population in sub-Saharan Africa do not have essential health services, and that, of course, affects their health and their decision to also get the health services. And these barriers, they can come either to demand and supply side. So if you think about the demand side, you think about the financial constraint of the household. So if they don't have capacity to pay for the health services, they are less likely to have those services. And there are a lot of irregularities of income in sub-Saharan Africa. That's why we have higher population, which are really based on, which their livelihood are based on the agriculture. And because of that, they have irregular income, and this affects their decisions to really get health services. But also we have the issue of the health facilities which are not in a close neighborhood, limited access. That affects also the decisions to get health care. In large countries such as Ethiopia, DRC, or Nigeria, you may have population more than living far from 10 kilometers from the closest health facility, and that affects the healthcare services for the population. We also have the challenges on the supply side. So we have limited health facility, but also we have the shortage of the staff. So in sub-Saharan Africa, that's why again we have a large number of people with limited medical healthcare services, and also where we have many people that do not have those access. We also have higher inequality. It is in that region where we have higher inequality of healthcare services. And most important issue of that, it's because of the limited insurance for majority of the household, especially in the rural area, where they have to use the out-of-pocket expenditure. So the current research shows that more than 38% in the region, the household in the region, they use the out-of-pocket expenditure to get health services. So now the question is, what is the policy best way that the policymaker can use to help expanding the health care in sub-Saharan Africa? Obviously, the main tool will be to provide the affordable health insurance, because with that, then the population is able to really access the health services at lower cost. And that also will reduce the out-of-pocket spending for which the majority do not have enough to do that. So in this study, what we are doing, we are trying to evaluate the spillover effect on the public health insurance on educational outcome. So essentially what we are doing, we are trying to see whether the early exposure of the children in the household to those public health insurance may improve the socio-economic conditions and eventually affecting the educational outcomes. So to do that, we leverage the timing of the public health program, public health insurance program in the country, in Rwanda, where there was a pilot phase that lasted around 5 years with around 55 health centers in the country. And then we also leverage the timing of the kids in the country, those which were born around that time. And of course, with that, we try to evaluate whether exposure on that program in 5 years of the pilot had an impact on the learning outcome. So from our main preliminary result, we can see that the public health insurance has positively induced the student performance around 0.06 standard deviation, which translates into around 3.4% of the learning outcome improvement. And that impact affects both science programs and non-science programs, the so-called STEM and non-STEM. And we find a strong impact to both rural and urban students. We tried to identify potential mechanisms why people should believe that the public health insurance program could improve the learning outcome. And we tried to look at different channels. The first channel we found was the prenatal care, where we find that the program extensively improved the prenatal care of the household members. The women could, get a lot of pre- and post-natal care services for their kids. And also we find that there are a lot of adjustments in the household expenditure, where we have massive increase on education, and then we find also a significant decline in health out-of-pocket expenditure. And this also leads to the school attendance in those communities. So let me give a little bit of context of what we call the public health insurance in Rwanda, which is locally known as community-based health insurance. So as we know, in the early 60s, majority of African countries got independence, including Rwanda. And one of those commitments that this independence or the new leaders post-independence was to commit to provide the universal public health care, which essentially was also assisted by missionaries and the other development funders that really helped the countries across the region to provide free public health care. But 20 years later, we had a lot of economic hardship in the region, and then with the structural adjustment program, I'm sure most of economists, you remember what happened with the structural adjustment program, where the Bretton Woods institutions, World Bank and others, they tried to restrict and impose some conditions for countries that benefit on their funding to really align with the new programs, and under which the financing on health has severely affected. That pushed a lot of health institutions on the continent to really provide poor services. Because medicine started going down, and that's where also we have a lot of new provisions, like private sector engagements to provide their services, because the public health was not really good. And then that pushed the African government to really think about what they can do. And then in September 1987, they just held a ministerial meeting in Bamako, where they called Bamako Initiative, to try to see how they can improve the health services in the continent. And one of the way was, how can we sustainably finance our public health services? And they introduced the user fee. Each person to go to the hospital, you have to contribute a little bit of money. So that was the whole of this Bamako Initiative, how they can rationalize the health system. And of course, I'm just giving the context. Rwanda was part of those countries. And in the early 90s, Rwanda had a war, which led to genocide in 1994. And that also exacerbated the poverty in the country. So after genocide, the government found that it was difficult for Rwandans to even contribute to the user fee. And together with the development partners, they introduced what they called the prepayment scheme, which locally is known the community-based health insurance. Under this program, every member in the household was to pay $1 per year, and then you get free services. So they piloted this program from 1999 to 2005. So they have around 55 health facilities in the country. And the result from this pilot gave the confidence to the country that they can roll out the program, where now, from that time, the program has unilaterally been adopted. Every year, the household has to contribute relatively $1, I would say, for each household member, and then you get food services. And that program has literally improved the health access for the Rwandan. So if you see what we have on this map, you can see that we have the enrollment level from 2003 up to 2021. We have around 95% of all Rwandans they have enrolled. And that enrollment has significantly increasing over time. So you can see in 2003, when the first piloting phase was on the final year, that's why we have around 7 to 10% of people who could have the enrollment. And then when they enrolled in 2005, then it was massive increase. From that time, almost the majority of the households in the country, they enroll. And that has also led to a positive increase on the per capita health facility use. So you can see the per capita health facility utilization, which was almost 0.25 to around 1.5 in 2021. That means that how many times on average the person is visiting the health facility. So it was really very small unit, 0.25 to around 1.5. And this is one of the highest level in Africa. So 1.5 means that how many times on average a Rwandan visits the health facility. So initially they could not visit because the affordability was a problem. But with the public health insurance, then you can go as many times as you want because you no longer pay, we pay as a community. So this program has been going on, and it has really changed the dynamics in the health use and health uptake in the country. So here I am just providing how this program, CBHI, is really conducted. At the end of every year, every household has to contribute, and there are a lot of stakeholders that are engaged to help people, aligning all the contributions, but also paying all the health centers that have provided services to members. So here also I show how the people use the different they got access to services. So one important thing was to mention that the contribution of $1 for every family, it covers around 65% of all the healthcare services in the country, and the rest is paid by either the government, so the government is contributing around 14%, and all other development partners, they pay the rest, which is around 20%, is paid by additional development funders, because the majority of people could not afford to, to keep requested to increase the contribution. So combining this information, now I want to tell you how we use this program to evaluate its impact on education. So this is the data I want to explain. The first data we use is the CBHI data. So we have every healthcare center, its location and the starting time where the program started, and then we have the universe of administrative test scores on the student in the primary school national exam. These are the subjects, they do normally 5 subjects, and yeah, we categorize them from STEM, from science and mathematics, and non-STEM, the rest. And you have other complement characteristics of each student in every year where they did exam. And to carry out different mechanisms, we used the household survey where we extract information about the expenditure of the household and the other information. So this map is showing you the piloting zone where the program was first piloted from 1999 to 2004. Essentially, it was in what's so-called the Byumba Prefecture, Gitarama, and the Butare Districts Hospital, which essentially contains all the health centers that were there. So I go to next to show you the theory of change. So basically, this theory of change is showing you what we based on to really evaluate this program. So in brief, here we wanted to position how can we really align the impact of this program on the education. So we started with the CBHI, which basically the enrolled members take advantage of contributing and then, you know, paying less when they go to the health facility. That affects the decisions, you know, to spend money on health and the other household items. And that contribution have also changed, you know, the way people could get treatment. That's what I just find to show that it created a new market equilibrium on healthcare services. And this one also, because it has changed the new market equilibrium on healthcare services in the community, it also makes the reallocation of the household expenditure. Some of the, you know, the out-of-pocket expenditure was almost coming to zero from the household, and then they made the allocation to other household expenditure, including the education, which obviously will help to improve the household welfare of the kids and eventually improve their school performance. So for identification strategy, it combines what I have mentioned above. We basically use the variation on the timing of the program and also the timing of when the student was born. Some of them were born before and after within the community where the pilot was conducted and outside. So here I basically want to show you what we did. We basically geolocate the schools. We have the distribution of the schools in the community where there are health facilities. What we did, we buffered 4 kilometers from the closest health facilities, and all schools that falls within 4 kilometers, they become treated, and those schools that are outside become controlled. So Rwanda is evenly distributed in terms of schools. Most of them are public schools. You can see majority of people just go to school within 2, 3, 4 kilometers. So we essentially rule out of the issue that people may decide to go to study far from their communities. So let me just go on the result. So what we find was that the early exposure on the program significantly affect the students who were born after the policy in that community. And that impact is much higher, much higher in STEM than non-STEM program. But we can see that all the subjects that have been conducted in the national exams has been really affected. If we estimate subject by subject, we found that the impact is evenly similar across all the subjects. We also find that the impact is much higher for rural area students than urban students, suggesting that the public health insurance actually helped the poor community in the rural area to have access on the health facility and therefore improving their welfare. So the impact is both positive for male and female student candidates, with a slight large impact for male students. We also provide an event study design beyond the estimation of what we have shown. And basically from this, we just take advantage of the phased rollout and use the Boraskai as the main methodology. And then we also use the two-way fixed defect as one of the robustness checks to show the robustness of our result. In brief, so impact of the public health insurance program is significantly high for improving the welfare and the human capital development. And it is much stronger for non-STEM program. And also the program has really made the enrollment for the healthcare from 7 to 80%. So basically, we can just say that the health access is the key for the human capital development, and they have to go both concurrently. So if you want the student to perform, you need also to improve the infrastructure in health access. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Alabel?
Thank you. And I think this is an interesting work. I have a question in terms of this identification of the identification problem, I think. Really, I'm not convincing to really whether this impact is due to CBHI enrollment or not. How do you identify this impact vis-a-vis the other factors? You know, we know the test score is improved by a number of factors. And this, I don't know if this is a natural experiment or what other. So can you explain on that, on the identification strategy, please? Thank you.
Do you have another question? There's one at the back.
Okay, thank you. I'm Maiba. I think my question is also related to Alabel. About your definition of the treatment, did you say that treated were the ones, the distance from the health clinic was your definition of treatment? And if that's the case, then issues to do with endogeneity, because by choice, it's likely that maybe, yeah, especially better off families are situated in areas near the health care. But you can let me know if I'm wrong with your definition of treated vis-a-vis control. Thank you.
You can take those two.
Okay, thank you. Let me just start with the first one, the identification. So it's, maybe I was just rushing. So basically here we are comparing so kids who were born in that village where they were piloted with those who were born before and after in that compared to those who were outside. And obviously they are all both exposed to the same exam. And in my estimation, we also include different characteristics at the baseline, like the population at granular level, the population at granular level, which is in 2000. We also include the intensity of malaria and other local diseases at the baseline. So to make sure that we are able to control how the baseline was when the program started. So with that, we essentially trying to show that if we are able to control the baseline characteristics, which is the population, the infrastructure, and also some local diseases, what else can affect the performance? If the students were born in the same village, some were born before, others were born after, in that village that got intervention. So, and as you have seen, we have massive share of the uptake, the utilization of health facilities. So think of many people now are going to the hospital for vaccination, for prenatal care services, all of that, which essentially also giving the relief for the household, the relief on the health expenditure, to move that health expenditure to the education. And we have used the other data to just show that the health expenditure has gone almost to 0%, the out-of-pocket health expenditure, but now we have around 25% increase in education expenditure for household. So the final thing is the same, is how did we make the treatment? So during that piloting phase, you are only allowed to contribute your health insurance on your closest health community, and you cannot get any other health services to somewhere else. So the first 5 years of the pilot, it was so strict. If you are not in that health community where you contributed the money, you cannot get treatment somewhere. So with that, you are able to net out the issue of migration, that people will migrate and come here. So you can only migrate, be here, and get treatment on that place. And so with that, we are able to really confidently say that the people who contributed and get treated in that piloting community are able to, to probably be affected, as we have seen, for how they contribute to the education and the out-of-pocket expenditure, and eventually helping to improve the welfare in the household and education of their kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Give him a round of applause. Feel free to engage with him later on his work. We'll go to the final presentation by Alabel and Shibiru. They are going to have a presentation on the impact of community-based health insurance on health service utilization, experimental evidence from Ethiopia.
Can you hear me? Okay, it's similar to my colleague before, he just presented before. So he has done my work, a lot of background work on CBHI. So I'm happy with that. So I can go directly to the motivation part of the study. So I don't know, it's not coming. Sorry? Oh, is it coming? Okay. Okay. So we know that the SDG, one of the key targets is to ensure okay, sorry. Okay, yeah. You know, one of the SDG targets is to ensure healthy life for all. So for that, I think the international community has been working toward this improving access to basic health service. So as part of this, governments use CBHI, community-based health insurance, as a mechanism to improve access to health, basic health service, especially for the poor. Because it's not just about improving health, access to health, but CBHI, as my colleague before, who presented before said, it has also non-health outcome like improving labor supply or productivity and income, and also even education now. So, despite all these benefits of CBHI, when you look at the figures, really the data on enrollment of especially the poor is very, very low. I know the administrative data that have shown, I saw from the government is too high, but in real term, it's so very low in terms of, especially for the vulnerable and very poor people. So, especially now, like for instance, in Ethiopia, it's only less than 30% of the poor are enrolled in the CBHI. And this is even low in urban area. there are a number of reasons given, at least theoretically or conceptually, in the literature. One is affordability, because these schemes are not affordable for, especially for the poor. And there are also other cultural factors, and also even trust for the insurers, for the CBHI, in terms of also poor service that they get from the insurer. So the other very important reason that's mainly cited, majorly cited in literature, is lack of information or knowledge about CBHI, how they work, especially by the poor. So in terms of improving this access to service, and so in terms of improving enrollment to the CBHI, a number of interventions have been tried to in different countries. And there are, following that, there are a number of empirical evidence, especially these days RCT, based on the various interventions in terms of affecting uptake of the CBHI. But the results are really inconclusive. In some cases, there are few evidences that this, like information, creation of awareness, and subsidy have some impacts on enrollment or uptake of the CBHI, and in some other cases, there is no any evidence. Still, it's inconclusive. And the other important, interesting result from this evidence are there is highly heterogeneity in terms of their implemented uptake. Like, for instance, if subsidy is targeted to a specific group of people, they may have some kind of impact. Otherwise, it's really have no any effect. So, so what we did is, let's try to, so in Ethiopia, we know it's very low in Ethiopia, despite government's effort in terms of supplying this, providing these schemes as on subsidy base, very low. So we try to see whether this is due to affordability, or whether due to this is information, a lack of information about CBHI. So we have two basic questions here. The first one is what the impact of subsidy and information provision on health outcome, like enrollment to CBHI and also utilization. And we have also non-health outcome variables like consumption, labor supply, and even subjective well-being. So in terms of intervention, we have three interventions. One is financial subsidy to the poor, which we provided 50% of the premium of the household, what the household pay. Because in Ethiopia, the CBHI is subsidized by the government. So the government subsidizes 50% of what the households pay. Like, for instance, if the households are paying $1,500, or it's about $12.6, so the government would subsidize 6.3, half of this. So what we did is, in our intervention, in addition to the government subsidy, we also subsidize 50% of what the household is paying. Like, for instance, with $750 or $6.3 will be subsidized by the government. We subsidize 6.3 also for the, and the household should pay $6.3 to enroll to CBHI. This is to get a 1-year insurance service for the whole family, and parents, and also if there are children, the children under 18 years old will be covered by the insurance. So this is one of our intervention. The second intervention is we also provided an awareness creation workshop, both in terms of workshop and also in terms of brochure. We distributed for the treatment people in the brochures, and also we have provided workshop. So our third intervention is the combination of the two. So this is our theory of change. very straightforward. So now we focus on the poor and vulnerable people of urban areas, because that's where we see high rate of low rate of enrollment given the government program. So how do we identify the people? I think what we did was we used the poverty rate of, for instance, this study is in Addis Ababa, the capital of Ethiopia, with 80% of the urban people are living, and 80% of poor people in urban Ethiopia is living. So what we did is we selected districts which have above the average poverty rate in Addis, and then we used the list of households which are eligible for urban productive safety net program. This is a very big productive safety net program financed by the World Bank and the government of Ethiopia, and also other development partners. So then we excluded those households from the list who are already enrolled in the CBHI. So we formed our sampling frame like this, and then we did some power calculation, and the total sample size was determined is 1,400, which is randomly assigned to the sleep treatment and the control group. So we have the financial subsidy 350, information provision 350, and the combined 300, and the rest the control group was 350. So we did a baseline survey in September. Then in October and November, the government announced it for the people to register to the CBHI program. Then we all contacted those people based on the treatment that we have, because we have randomly selected the people into treatment and random control group, and then we got the telephone number of each of the 1,400 households, and we contacted them, and we provided the interventions. So this intervention was done by the Addis Ababa Health Office, which is responsible for coordinating all the CBHI program in Addis. So we have made an agreement with them, and then they implemented that one, and we with our close follow-up. So let me go. I will be back to this. So let me briefly present the baselines. So when we look at, we asked at the baseline all the sample households why they don't enroll to the CBHI program. The most frequent answer was the premium is very expensive, which takes about 40 or almost 50% of that. And the second most important reason was they don't know about that program. So the other one is we asked, this is one of the most important factors that people to enroll or not health insurance, because if they don't think that people are not sick, family, they may not willing to enroll, given their income level. So in terms of health status, we have asked them whether there is someone in the family that have been sick over the last 12 months, just before the survey. So we have similar results across three treatment and the control group. So in terms of this, they are similar also. We also asked the risk level that these people are really thinking about health. We have provided the top 10 diseases in Addis Ababa and their cause, the risk factor for that. So we asked them whether they, how the level of their concern in terms of being sick of any family member. And also the other question was, we asked them the level of their concern for a family member to be sick and that cause the person to be absent from work or from any activity that generates income. So the answer is very similar across the three group and even with the control group. So there is no difference. So in this case, I think as you can see from the result, it's highly unlikely that these people are really concerned about the disease or sickness in the future, because they think that this will not happen in their. In terms of non-health outcome, we have here monthly food consumption expenditure and monthly total income, and also the wealth. This is asset value in terms of Ethiopian birth. So we have seen similar results. They are very balanced across the different groups. In terms of subjective well-being, we have 4 indicators there. So we asked them the level of satisfaction for their housing condition, what they're currently living. Also, in terms of their social network, the job satisfaction that they have now, and also the economic activity. As you can see, the level of satisfaction is very low. Here it's less, the result shows less satisfaction. So similar across the different groups, and also it's very high. So they are very less satisfaction, and in terms of subjective well-being, there is some similarity across the. So here we did some balance test at the baseline. So here we didn't report the p-value because we are told that this is a non-technical audience. So we just do this balancing is based on the p-value. Let me go back to the intervention result here. We have provided this intervention information awareness. So when we inform different subcities, this is above the district. One subcity have more than 10 districts. So we classified those districts into 4 subcities. So the take-up is very high, as you can see. But in terms of subsidy, it's only 31% of those who are treated under subsidy as enrolled. And the main reason they said is they are willing to enroll to the CBHI, but they are unable to even contribute the 33% or the 750 of that. So still there is a problem in terms of enrollment. The only 6% of the households they don't need it, they said. So it's still, there is affordability issue. But we cannot conclude because we have to see the other control party. So finally, to conclude, I think despite their willingness, these households the poor are very willing to enroll to the PHI and get some service, but because of the affordability, the CBHI is very inaccessible to these people. And we have this baseline balance. So I think any effect that we are going to conduct next November, we will do the inline, and then we will see the impact analysis, including the cost effectiveness of the program. Thank you.
Thank you. We can take questions. Questions?
Hi everyone again. Okay, I've heard you talking about your number 3 presentation, lack of health in our communities. And since we know that lack of health is something that is affecting our community, especially those parents who don't go to early antenatals, what are the services do you tell them you offer when they come for early antenatals, especially families that are affected neurodiversity? Because we know, like the research says, like in every family that has a child with hydrocephalus or spina bifida or neurodiversity as whole, if that parent don't take early interventions, there's a possibility of having a child with multiple disabilities, especially under neurodiversity. So this is the challenge that is facing, is not facing Ethiopia only, but it's facing African as whole. So what can we do about it? Because this one is, neurodiversity is the most challenging part and is the most challenging disabilities in Africa. And when people are coming to antenatals, what are you guys, or what can we as doctors and researchers do about it, especially in our village areas, because those are the most affected areas?
Another question or comment? There's one from Annette.
Thank you so much. My name is Ayal Nash. I'm from St. Paul Hospital, Millennium Medical College, Ethiopia. My concern is in Ethiopia, when you see health insurance enrollment, there is a mismatch between health insurance membership and health service cost coverage. So when I see your subsidies, it looks like very small, and we know that the health service cost, especially right now, is very high, particularly on medication coverage. So do you think these subsidies can make an impact with the current contextual challenges of healthcare coverage costs among the people? Thank you.
First question, I'm not a health scientist, I'm an economist. So yeah, for the first question, I don't know if I understood very well. I'm not as a health scientist, I'm an economist, so in that case, but I know that the health insurance covers any kind of illness, except those illnesses that go abroad. If that illness is very serious and there is no medication or treatment in the country, that doesn't cover. But any illness will be covered by the insurance. That's what I can say here now. On the second question, I know the cost for healthcare in Ethiopia is very high. It's damn very high now, I know. And this health insurance, the premium is increasing year to year. And that's why we are going to conduct some cost-effective analysis in terms of whether these interventions are really cost-effective for the government, because the government is now complaining that it's beyond its capacity to subsidize the insurance. But what our argument is, if subsidies targeted to the most appropriate class of the society, it might work. So that's why we are working on that. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we can ask one more question because it's really helped us save on time, despite everything.
Oh, I think my question is around the optimal subsidy that will allow for uptake and minimize on exclusion of the poor. So are you able to get that? Thank you.
This is, I think, a very good question. So that was when we start this study before, at the beginning, we were trying to subsidize 100% of the, but there was some comments, serious comments, especially from the reviewers. So providing 100% subsidy may not work for a government. So in terms of policy acceptance, that may be a question. So what we tried is just reduce to 50%. Then what this will be the lower bound, or I can say. So if the poor are not able to really afford this one, so it means the subsidy should be between those who accept that one and those that it's not that. So there might be some kind, now at this time, including the project, 66% of the premium is covered and subsidized. It means 37% between 37% and the other one. The argument is then that one. So we will try to, I don't know, to identify the optimal level of subsidy that the government can afford, can subsidize, so that the poor can enroll to access to our program. So that's, I think, most important question that we are going to see.
Thank you. Thank you. A round of applause for him. And all the presenters as well. I think we've come to the end of the day. So we have a reception. It's at the poolside on the 2nd floor, and you're all welcome. Thank you. Tomorrow we start at 9, but you feel free to come early. We have poster sessions, and I think we have an earlier session that you can attend.